Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough.
Policy scholarship. This is the knowledge you can't get in colleges. If you read from the Bible, obey the commandment and know who your mother and father is. Tune in to sa.neter, cause he the protector of the gods. I'm talking about Dr. Benjamin, Yusuf, Yacanan, and John. We got the scale of my art. If he light as a feather, let's go and weigh his heart. I am the shrine of Ptah. If you say I am, better recognize a god. All I see is pseudos and frauds. Kudos to my dogs. Shit judo for you frogs. I think it's time to hop off the environment.
Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough.
Will survive, comedic knowledge on the rise, raising consciousness divine, to the truth we subscribe. Jabari leading the way, Shaka Amos don't play, sa.neter done open the gates, and been banging the day. It's a family for the culture, rebuking all you vultures. Service environment full of soldiers, unlock your mind, they'll exposure. HOK is the squad, debating the truth is a nod. Watch where you step in the part, or they'll tear you apart.
Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. 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 Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough.
This environment is tough. You already know it. And we waiting on our sister Naphtali. 7 o'clock. She will be in the building. I just wanted to get started fast. You know how long they take to get the notifications out to the people now with me. So stay tuned. This is going to be a great show. I know Unc going to pull up because maybe this is about him. So I know Juju, Unc, Cube, they in the building. And so we waiting on Naphtali, and she will be in the building soon enough. So let's just let's hear another song while we getting in for them. I ain't KOT in a minute. Where KOT at? Let me see. This the one? Yeah. Step to the HOK.
Step in the HOK, you get raw form trophies and flyers. Then we pulling up on them, putting in that word, trying to get your mind ready. Trying to see your soul if the only one there. We do this for the babies, never give up on them. All of my people just know I got love for them. They say they want smoke, but they ain't ready. Find me in the studio, that's sa.neter. Step in the HOK, you get raw form trophies and flyers. Then we pulling up on them, putting in that word, trying to get your mind ready. Trying to see your soul if the only one there. We do this for the babies, never give up on them. All of my people just know I got love for them. They say they want smoke, but they ain't ready. Find me in the studio, that's sa.neter. They keep by the system, better watch what you say to them. I do it for the shit, I know I gotta make a way for them. Carry them on my back like I take the gym. Never turn my back, you know I gotta lead the way for them. HOK, bringing conscious to the people, holler freedom. Furry giving knowledge, how we free them. Cool, but as old as how we feed them. It's about to go down in the big coliseum. They talk about smoke, they just blow. They don't want it when you see them. We ready all day from the A to the B. In the club, if it's a vibe, me, we take them to the deep things. Come with the knowledge they been seeking. You need a hand, they been reaching. Really got my back when I need it. They walking dick, they been sleeping. Higher than the mountain, I'm peaking. Hold up in the cold now with all this beefing. Cool for the people, it's the spirit they be seeking. Planet City, baby, fronted leeches. Been in your bag when we speaking. Trap with that word, got that armor, yapping, it's the spirit we breathing. sa.neter put the other channels on them, not like the sisters had a meaning. I'm in a yacht, no, they cannot beat them. Shalom, fam, peace and blessings, how we greet them. Step in the HOK, you get raw form trophies and flyers. Then we pulling up on them, putting in that word, trying to get your mind ready. Trying to see your soul if the only one there. We do this for the babies, never give up on them. All of my people just know I got love for them. They say they want smoke, but they ain't ready. Find me in the studio, that's sa.neter. Step in the HOK, you get raw form trophies and flyers. Then we pulling up on them, putting in that word, trying to get your mind ready. Trying to see your soul if the only one there. We do this for the babies, never give up on them. All of my people just know I got love for them. They say they want smoke, but they ain't ready. Find me in the studio, that's sa.neter. Don't swerve in my lane, you might crash out. Pull Pull on my friends, you might cash out. Just step in the HOK, we keep it jumping the 808. We put the fake in the hate and the haters way. If we gon' save them, then we gotta make a way. Want us to fade away. I got that light that's so bright, I can make a day toughest environment. They holler HOK. Robotic your cot, that's H-O-K. The Bay Coliseum, no, they don't play. Not arms or heads, I'll choose your fate. Up, we can keep the lead that judo way. The mama keep them clothes on, don't do it for a blood. Little Roger put them gunners too many getting taught. Never trade your soul for a track. Got them devils in the cup, but I'm ready. I'm up at the heaven. Keep pushing, we will never stop. Keep running out the numbers, I be running clock. Breeze blow, you just make it pop. When we touch down, you gon' hear it drop. Jump is environment.
Right, Amara McCarthy. Thank you, my brother. You're always showing love and support. I would appreciate it, though, if you throw that in the Cash App. That way I'll get every drop of it. When you do it like that, it's cool. I appreciate the love and the thought. It's all right. But if you can do it in the Cash App, it would be even better for me. LV track? Yeah. That LV track is fire. Well, that was KOT right there, but I know what you're talking about. We got Naphtali coming in a few minutes. Let me see if I got time to play that LV. That LV is banging. I got to call LV up and tell him I need some more of that.
It's LV Europa.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, make sure you do it in the toughest environment.
Mac double.
That's the only way we grow. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. Who the toughest, who the strongest, who the smartest? Hitting the stage, PowerPoint, and I'm going through papers regardless. Listen up, got a point to prove, but I'm moving on, cause you niggas retarded. Toughest environment, only up make you a target. You don't want that smoke, shit your body last week, run down on the whole Christina class with the pie. Oh my God, sa.neter, I think you the GOAT, no rigmarole. Still take total control, just put my shit at the top of the pole. For toughest environment. Listen, just get it, I'm still past a minute, I work every minute, and maybe I'm on with Chris and his thoughts, and I thought you should know that this ain't a scrimmage. And I'm shaping you right, molding you tight to be in the image of toughest environment. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. I'm sure we can work this out, just get in the ring. You better be Zion Alexa, this best of divine prospect when he doing his thing. Or Captain Tazari out there, cross that line, I get away clean. Or Ali Muhammad, so valid, still got me up on my ding. All of it brought together because of the studio. Stop acting like y'all could have been doing that cause you didn't do it though. And I watch them lions get ran out of the den, this shit'll get crucial. Who you know take the whole damn stage and turn that shit to a musical. Stay in your cubicle. The environment's tough, don't wire me up, I'm calling your bluff. I'm running it back and I'm running it back like it's never enough. Got them diamonds in the rough, and we can't get to every treasure, but you gotta help me dig it up. But to me it's like whatever. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment.
All right, toughest environment. Listen, man, I think this is going to be a real great show. Naphtali been preparing for this for about a good 2 weeks. She's a veteran over here. She's a veteran. She knows how this thing works. She knows it's about saucing up or shutting up. And Naphtali sauces up. Iced tea. It's not beer, y'all. It's iced tea. I don't drink beer no more. I used to. I can't drink none of that stuff. Smoke no weed, none of that. Gave all them vices up a long time ago. Did you know that Gorilla Hebrew is no longer a Hebrew Israelite? No, that is not true, brother. That is not true. Gorilla Hebrew is still a Hebrew Israelite. He's no longer a part of the Hebrew Israelite community. He still serves and worship Yahweh. I spoke to him on the phone, and I should be doing an interview with him coming up tomorrow. You know, I should be doing an interview with the brother tomorrow. So stay fast, and you'll get all the info. So Gorilla Hebrew is still a Hebrew Israelite. My man 777 in the building. Thank you for the donation. Naphtali believes people and animals magically appear without going through incubation and waters of Mother Earth. Mental illness on her side? I don't know. Maybe Moses, you could come in and ask her a question or two. You know, the people will be in the building. We waiting on the sister to come on in. And I think this is going to be a real good show. It's going to be a real good show. And it's going to be entertaining as well. You know, so, okay, we got Naphtali in the building right now. Sorry for coughing on the.
Yes, sir.
All right, hey, hold on. Gorilla. Hey, Gorilla.
Yes, sir.
We on for tomorrow, right? What time?
Yeah. Does the night work for you?
Yes, it works good, but not too late.
Not too late. Let's try. Let's aim for like 9.
That's late, but that's late on a
Late.
Sunday. You know,
Okay, I can do earlier than that for you.
like 7.
You know what? Let's do early. We can do it like 1.
Damn, 1 o'clock. All right,
3.
1 is good. Let's do 1. Let's do 1.
Let's do 2. 2 be safe because I have a call at 12:30. So let's do about 2.
All right, 2. Let's get it out the way, knock it out, and yeah, we're gonna go in 2 o'clock.
Okay, beautiful. Praise the Lord. Sound good, Elder.
All right, my brother. Peace, man.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, so if y'all out there, y'all concerned about it, y'all have any questions, this is the show to tune into and find out what's on the heart of Gorilla Hebrew. He will be in tomorrow. Without any further ado, I got Queen Naphtali in the building. Peace and blessings to you, sister. How you doing?
Hey, shalom, most high bless to you, sa.neter. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
All right. Shalom, most high bless to everybody out there, everybody in the chat. What's going on with you today, Elder?
Well, I had a nice rumble in the jungle out there on 125th Street with Captain Tazariot. They beat me up. I was by myself, and they beat up on me. You know, they caught me with the gab by surprise. They had the little poster, and they brought up the gab stuff, and they caught me out there with that, man. I was like, damn, I didn't know he was gonna bring that up. But yeah, they got me out there today.
Well, I have to say something too, though. You know, I may have to join in with how Gorilla Hebrew feels. I'm no longer part of the Israelite community either.
Man, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
No, I still believe in the Most High God, though. I still, I agree with a lot of what he has to say.
Me too. You know what?
They like to pick and choose what they want to stand by.
Man, y'all waking up. Most High blessed for sa.neter, you know? Because I think I'm the one that's responsible for all of this.
I don't know about that. They are responsible. Just trying to communicate with them is hard.
Well, you need to come on out and make your announcement and let it be known. You know, JJ did it, but JJ now become a voodoo.
I still am a firm Bible believer. I put the Most High. I'm a foundational Bible believer. I believe that the Bible is the Most High and I believe the Most High is the Lord and Savior of this world, Creator. So, you know, I don't believe in what everybody else is believing in. I still believe in the Bible. It's just
Right. I understand the same way
I
Gorilla
just want
said.
to make sure people understand I'm not affiliated or associated with this movement or
Right.
whatever they want to call it, because they
Bunch
have
of
it's
niggas.
a
Bunch of
religion.
niggas. But see, Naphtali, if you would have been listening to me a long time ago, I said that. I said that this is just a bunch of niggas, and it became a gang. It became a gang to me. When I look at them,
I can see the game. Yeah.
Say it again.
I can see the game. Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
that.
they pick and choose who they want to defend, who they want to help out. And so it's all about gangs, you know. The ISUBK 107, GMS 570, shit like that. They gangs. Like, you know how you got different groups of bloods?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got different names. They call them bloods, and they got another name for the bloods and another name. That's the way Israel is now that I see. Israel turned out to be just like that.
I'm not even mad about that. I'm just very disappointed and upset at the fact that they're not even about the truth, you know, and it's not even, I want to start a movement called Truth Seekers. I want people who are actually about the truth. You know, you come to me with some information and you have, like you said, I'm coming up here and I have sources and I'm utilizing the data. I'm coming to the people because the people are being misled and they're being given all types of information. So the people who are trying to teach, the people who are trying to get to the bottom of it, if you have information, real information, not any, pseudo, talking about real reputable information, you should hear them out, not ignore it, not act like it never happened. You know, I reached out to these people and I asked for debates with them, conversations with them, anything, just to share my information. They completely ignored me, or they said they wanted to debate me on polygamy, and that's not even one of my arguments.
Right.
Nobody never heard me
You're not
talk
into that, so why would they even try to debate you on that?
I don't know. They know what everybody knows. If you know one thing about Naphtali, she's gonna want to talk to you about Canaanites or anything that has something to do with that, and not polygamy.
You know what will make
polygamy is not it.
You know what have made the Israelites strong and people respect them? This is what would have made Israel strong and people like me respect them. And not only respect them, but I probably would have been a part of that Israel. Not in saying I believe, but a part of the brotherhood part. Because when you got all of these Israelite groups, none of them can come together. Every one of them is trying to outshine each other. Do you see that? Every Israelite group that you see is trying to outshine one another instead of coming together, uniting. And you know how big Israel will be? Even though they all read the same book, but they can't come together for some reason. God must be Yahweh.
He doesn't want us to. We're not supposed to come together.
Yahweh got to be keeping y'all separated.
Yes.
He got to. Why is that?
It's prophecy. That's because we're supposed to be at the bottom. That's why.
I'm talking about Israel, though. Israel. No, but I'm talking about all the groups. Y'all should have been together instead of separate. That's where that's where the power is at.
Oh, well, like I said, I can't tell, trying to be a black woman. Me and vocab, we don't get along. But
just like if you look at the churches on all the corners, I guarantee you they get along way better than Israel. They could all come together. The pastors could come together, even if they don't even know each other.
But hold on, Sam. That's not true either. But like I said, with vocab, I just recently saw a video of him trying to defend black women, because IUIC has a whole movement telling people not to listen to black women. And here I am, a black woman that's trying to teach. And they got t-shirts. Huh?
Did you hear Bakwash last night?
No, I did not.
His perception on black women.
No, I did not. I did not watch. I came in on the very, as soon as you were going off is when I got home and settled is when I saw it. And he made sure he, said his little bits about me too. So,
Hey,
but
Patar,
tell
I
me
see you, brother. Patar, I see you.
any day, he and I can sit down and have a conversation, and I bet you he won't, because all he cares about is that Hamitic woman. That's all he cares about.
Oh, well, he takes trips to all of these other countries. He don't want the black woman. He'll tell you that.
I know but that's just all, that's biblical and that's scripture. It's all about and the thing is, that's why they don't want you to know the truth, because they don't want you to know what they're doing. See, it's all about power and control. Those women are Hamite women. They know they're Hamitic women. They even would tell you that they're Hamites, the Asian woman. But, hey, I'll leave that for another conversation. I'm supposed to be talking about atheists right now.
Okay, and so what I'm going to do is fall back and let you share your screen, and let's get into the body of your topic.
Let's go. Let's do it.
And we're going to open up the floodgates when she finishes her presentation. Just make sure y'all come in and be respectful. And you could disagree, but do it respectfully. And the same thing in the chat. No disrespect in the chat, y'all. All right, go ahead, Naphtali.
Okay. Here we go. Let me find. Okay, can you see my screen?
Your screen is up and running.
Okay. All right, guys. Can belief in evolution be a sign of mental illness? So one thing that's going on in the United States, period, is mental health of the American is on the decline. A lot of us are very stressed out. A lot of us are dealing with anxiety, dealing with depression, all of that. And all of that could be linked to, is linked to, and this is all backed by data, and I'm going to have all types of data here. And I want you guys, like I said, I'm not going to be contradictory. If you have a question or if you have that valid information to say otherwise, please come up and share. But anyway, I'd like to give a big warm welcome to my truth seekers, my independent researchers, and my independent thinkers. Let's get out here and let's do our research, but think independently, not under a religion, not under a label, under a title, just under the search for the truth. And of course, the Most High. He's always the foundation. It's always the Bible. Let me make sure I state that. So what is a mental illness? So it says a mental illness is a disorder that affects your mood, thinking, and behavior. So anything that deals with your mood, your thinking, and your behavior is considered to be a mental illness, and that is the Mayo Clinic. So I'm going to say introducing Project Evolution. Let's go. Where my bomb at? Let's go. Organic evolution. It's biological. They say the chimpanzee and the bonobo are humans' closest living relatives. So if you were to Google this, you will find this. This is out here for our children to see, for all of you all to see, and they say it very confident. They don't say probably, maybe. It's just like facts, like this is truth. It says human and chimp DNA is so similar because the two species are so closely related. Humans, chimps, and bonobos descended from a single ancestor species that lived 6 or 7 million years ago. As humans and chimps gradually evolved from a common ancestor, their DNA passed from generations to generations, changed too. In fact, many of these DNA changes led to differences between human and chimp appearance and behavior. So this was just a random article I found, and I couldn't believe how the nerve that they just said it. There wasn't no maybes, there wasn't any I guess, there wasn't any type of questioning. It was as if it was just all facts. And also, according to evolution, Black people are lesser evolved. Okay? Black people are lesser evolved. Black people are subhuman species. No link between the white man and the black man here. So when people are just, this is Google's. This is just people Googling, trying to educate themselves, researching. You'll find things like this. And how do you think this will affect your mind? How do you think this will affect your mental? How do you think this will affect your confidence? You know, right here, we look here, it shows you from down here at the bottom all the way up from the Homo Neanderthal. It links straight to the Homo sapien, which showcases that the white man is what? The pure human. On top. They don't have another link to the black man. Why isn't the black man sharing from the Homo to the Homo sapien to the black man? Why isn't there a black man there? But we see the Homo Neanderthal, and it says it evolved straight to white. So who's in the middle between the white and the Homo Neanderthal? It would have to be the so-called black man. So according to evolution, they're showcasing the so-called black man or black race as what? Subhuman. And introducing our African pygmies here. When people think of lesser evolved subhuman, they would think of the pygmy. And they would try to, without saying it, because you know everybody wants to be politically correct, right? Without saying it, you can see it. People are gonna automatically, and people are going to share this because they think this is true, that the pygmies are the closest to the ape, which is the furthest thing from the truth. And here we see them. Look at them. Look at how they look. They don't even have hair on their bodies, but they want you to believe that they came straight from an ape. But then they want to talk about the DNA that is shared with animals. You know, they like to throw that, people like to utilize that. So what DNA is out there? There is something called the rhesus monkey antigen, right? There is rhesus monkey DNA. And when you do a little research, this is I like to just do a quick Google to see what people would get, out here, what you guys would get if without digging, without buying books, what is AI saying? So AI says it is more common in Europeans and those with European ancestry. Well, hold up, hold the phone. Wasn't it just a second ago that everybody was thinking that the pygmies were the ones that were supposed to have all this DNA closest related to the ape? But we're seeing that the DNA that we do have, the little bit of monkey DNA that's out there, and we're going to talk about this DNA too. The little bit that's out there is closely tied to the European. And when you go down here to the NIH, the National Institutes of Health, they tell you that it's 0% is found in Nigerians, Ethiopians, Madagascar, but for some reason they want us to think that everybody is so closely related to these doggone monkeys. But this is called the rhesus monkey antigen. And they said it's about 15% of Caucasians have this. So when you really think about it, this is actually more accurate. If you want to be serious, white people, the Europeans, have more hair on their bodies. An ape does not have dark skin. They have a whiter skin tone, pale skin tone, excuse me. And they actually look more Caucasian. So if we really want to be, and this is me being silly, okay? If you really want to be silly, they have the big ears, they have the skin tone, they have the fur, the hair texture, the flat lips, all of that, the mouths to match the ape. But they want us to believe it's this, that the pygmies, this is what you think, this is programmed, this is messing with your mental health, right? But it's not even in them either. It's not even in the Caucasian either. This is actually found, all jokes aside, okay? Relax, all jokes aside. This is actually found within a group of people called the Basque people. Okay, this DNA is actually only found within them. And if people mix within them, then they got some of their blood. But this originated within the Basque group. They're the ones that this DNA came from. And if you say, well, Neff, where did they get this DNA from? Well, then you have to ask the Anunnaki about that. And I'll touch on them a little bit too. But here's a little information on that. If you guys come back and rewatch this, I want you all to really look into them. They're not my main source of my argument, so I'm going to just keep moving. But I have them here just in case if you guys want to educate yourselves a little bit more on where this Rh antigen came from. It came from this group of Europeans. But let's talk about, again, mental health. So there's something called mythomania. That's actually a mental illness, and it's called an abnormal or pathological tendency to exaggerate or tell lies. Well, we find that a lot in what? Evolution, because they're lying all the time. Here we have Piltdown Man. Have you guys ever heard of Piltdown Man? Well, Piltdown Man, he refers to a paleoanthropological hoax, which is a lie, where fossil fragments were presented as the remains of a previously unknown early human ancestor. The discovery, announced in 1912, was a combination of human cranium and an orangutan jaw. So somebody said, now mind you, the one thing that's guaranteed in evolution is death. That's one thing you can guarantee is death. So if you have all these people that's evolving, then we should be able to find the transitional fossils. We should be able to find the humans evolving from the ape and transitioning more into human beings. But we should be able to find that link. But you're not finding that link because it doesn't exist, because it never happened. That's why. So what did they have to do? They had to go and they had found a human skull, and then they attached a monkey jaw to it. And then what did they do? They also, this one doesn't tell you, but they also put a pig's tooth inside of its mouth. Okay? And they made this. And they went around for years and they taught that this was true. And they had these huge, fairs and all these different conferences teaching all these people these lies about this doggone Piltdown Man. Mind you, this was a big old hoax. It was a lie. And this is called mythomania, mental illness number 1. Let's keep going. Just because we share DNA with an animal does not mean we come from them. Introducing, we also share a shocking amount of DNA with plants and insects. We share 50% of our DNA with trees, 70% with slugs, 44% with honeybees, and even 25% with daffodils. What do you mean? What does that mean? We share DNA. What does that mean? We all have to exist. We all have to live on this earth. So that means we all have to have some kind of similarities, right? But let me get a little bit more into depth in that. Introducing gene-coded DNA. Genes. This is genes. This is genetics. This meme here was getting so viral that they had to make a disclaimer. They had to come out because people were sharing this DNA. It says humans share 50% of their DNA with the banana. Is that true? Yes, that is true. So while we're over here seeing this 98.8% of DNA shared with the monkey, you also do share 50% of your DNA with the banana. However, they're going to tell you what this actually means, but they're not going to tell you that when you Google the ape. Why is that? Why is that when you Google the chimpanzee that you don't get this same disclaimer? Okay? It says, while the statement that humans share 50% of their DNA with bananas is a common internet meme, it's not entirely accurate. The correct statement is that we share about 50% of our genes with bananas, but this refers to protein coding genes, not the entire DNA sequence. When considering the entire genome, the similarities is closer to what? 1%. So it's talking about protein coding genes. Well, guess what? And then let's not forget the margin of errors. So think about it like this. Why don't we see the same thing with the monkey? Because it's actually the same thing. Just like this banana, no, we do not share 50% of our DNA with the banana. No, we do not. We do not. We do not possess the ability to peel our skin. No. So it's the same genes, though. It's all about protein-coded DNA. But they don't give us this same disclaimer. When you Google the monkey, it says here, this is exactly what you get. It says humans and chimpanzees share approximately 90. You see the confidence in that? Do you see the confidence? Now, mind you, when I Googled the banana, it said AI, this is what AI told me. It says, while the statement that humans share 50% of their DNA with bananas is a common internet meme, it's not entirely accurate. But when you look at it from here, it says humans and chimpanzees share approximately 98.8% of our DNA, of their DNA. While this indicates a very high degree of genetic similarity, the small percentage of differences accounts for significant variations in physical characteristics, behaviors, and other traits. It says the 98.8% figure comes from comparing the entire genomes of both species. Well, remember that genome was based off of what again? Coded DNA. Coded DNA. How much coded DNA is there? It's only about 1 or 2%, if that. Non-GMO, guys, non-GMO. We are not genetically modified. Do not allow them to lie to us. Do not allow them to do this to us. Here's an article. Science keeps getting things wrong. It's time to come clean. It's time to admit that genes are not the blueprint for life. This is here. This is it. They say why we need to change our biology textbooks. Genes are not the blueprint of life. Remember that mythomania? They're doing it again. They're doing it right here and right now. This article is from 2024. We're just now in 2025. This is somebody telling science they need to come clean and stop. But when I just recently Googled this, like sa.neter said, I only had a couple of weeks or a week to work on this presentation, not long. I Googled this, and this is what you would get. You would get this right now. They're still lying to us. And it says science needs to come clean. But they made sure they fixed that banana one, though, huh? I guess too many of us was Googling that banana thing. They were like, well, hold on. We share 50% of our DNA with a banana? That doesn't make sense. Well, hold on. Which one is it? And then they say, well, yeah, but that's protein-coded DNA. Well, that's the same with innate. But they didn't put that disclaimer there. No, they did not. The truth is, cells are the building blocks to life, not a gene. Cells. While genes play a crucial role in life, they are not the fundamental building blocks of life in the same way the cells are. Okay? They're not. This is AI again. Me and AI are having a conversation. They're telling me cells are the basic structural and functional units of all living organisms. Well, why didn't you tell that to me a second ago? I had to know all of this for it to tell me that, well, yeah, you're right. Well, why didn't you tell me that? Because you don't want me to know this. You have to just know it. See, the thing is, there's the have and there's the have-nots. A lot of people don't know, and they want to keep you down. They don't want you to know. But Naphtali, I want you to know. She's here. She's trying to help. You know, even though my brothers at IUIC said not to listen to the black woman, put the black woman down. You know, I get kicked, I get blocked, but that's okay. She's still here. Here we are. So the building blocks of life are what? They're the cells. The cells are the building blocks of life, not a gene. So when you see this meme here, this is based off of genes. What they say? It says genetic similarities. Say it with me. Genetic similarities. That's based off of genes. That's not the building blocks. I put this here. This me. I added that. We're non-GMO. We don't have genetic similarities. Just like they said, they made sure they told us with this banana. They told us with this banana. They said, no. That's not entirely accurate. But they didn't tell us that with the monkey, though. Because they want you to be a monkey. And we're going to get into why. Let's keep going, though, right? So it says here, cells are the basic structural and functional units of all living organisms, not genes. Genes are segments of DNA that provide instructions for building proteins, which are essential for various cellular functions and traits. However, the complex organization and interactions within a cell are what truly define life. And do we have any cells that match anything with an ape, a chimpanzee, bonobo, whatever you want, whatever rhesus, whichever one you want, baboon, whatever one you want to link yourself to, guys? Unfortunately, no, there's no cells. cells. And I dare you to come up here, hit this link and tell me, show me. I dare you. Show me and the people, I dare you. Come up here and share that. They're not, because it's not there. Or there'll be a big lie. So the cell theory states that cells are the basic units of structure and function in all living things. Cells carry out all the essential life processes such as metabolism, growth, and reproduction. Genes and their roles. So here's the genes. It says genes are located on the chromosome. So here's the body. And then we have the cell, right? This is how we develop it, the protein. Then there's the chromosome. So they're saying that this is where genes are. You don't even see, genes don't even have their own, they don't even have their own little section here. It doesn't say body, cells, genes, chromosome. No, it says body, cells, chromosomes. Genes are not even, they're nothing. But they every time you want to know about if you link to an ape or a chimpanzee, it's going to come up that you're 98.8%. And that's based off of what? Not a chromosome, not a cell, but off a gene, a little bitty code, a little segment of something that everybody doesn't even have. What did it say? 15% of Europeans might have had it? Might have had it? But let's just keep going. So when people also Google, I was doing some research on my evolution, you know, just doing my little research, and I watched this black guy. He came up and he says, we're animals. And I said, what? We are animals. I said, huh? He actually said that he was an animal. And I said, no, where did he get that from? Why would he say that? He was talking like, yes, you know, we're animals, and we like very, like just blatantly just speaking like how I'm talking to you. He said that he was an animal, confident, very smart, intelligent, black man saying that he was an animal. So I Googled, I just asked AI, I said, are humans classified as animals? And AI said, yes. From a biological and scientific perspective, humans are classified as animals. Wow. Wow. Okay now. Again, here they go down there. Humans share 98% of their genes. But didn't we just do a research where they just came out and said how genes don't mean anything? Remember we saw that with the banana? Why they didn't put the banana there? It's just as it holds just as much weight as the monkey gene. Why didn't the banana gene show up? Because it's ridiculous to put the banana there. They need to do the same thing with this monkey. And look here, from a biological and scientific, so guess what? They're saying that humans are animals. And humans are actually accepting that they're animals. But also, this data is not only, it's incorrect, remember, and it's also out of date. It's out of date data. And then you saw here, they said science keeps getting things wrong. It's time to come clean. But remember, they're mythomaniacs. They're liars. Remember, they were gluing monkey bones, monkeys' jaws to humans' skulls and putting pig teeth in their mouths. The desperation for these people, right? So mental illness is on the rise in America. We have here a Mississippi woman was sentenced for unnatural intercourse with a dog. We have another woman, Las Vegas woman, admits to bestiality. We also have an Oklahoma woman who was arrested for allegedly having sexual intercourse with a dog. And then we have a Florida influencer arrested for having sex with a dog for $500. Now, mind you, all of this happened this year, not too long ago, and it keeps happening, and it's on the rise. Why are you arresting these people? Why are you arresting these women? They're having intercourse with animals, but aren't they animals? What do you want from them? You're telling them one thing, you're lying to them. And so then they're going out here and they're saying, well, hell, I'm a monkey, you're a dog, let's get it on. The woman in Las Vegas, I didn't even put her whole thing up. She actually did child porn. Yeah, she was really bad. If you guys take some time and look up the woman here, this one here, the Las Vegas woman, she has it says bestiality and sex crimes because she did child porn. So her mental health is very declined because why? Because she believes that she's an animal, right? And here we see the Mississippi woman, it says unnatural. Why is it unnatural when you're supposed to be an animal? That's very natural. But I guess you're supposed to say, well, you're more evolved. Well, what if she felt that the dog was more evolved? Does that matter? No, because all of it's nonsense. And they're lying. But let's just keep, and like I said, this is not even my meat. This is not even my meat. This is just some potatoes. Let's keep going though. As the knowledge of evolution increases, so does the mental illness depression. Depression is on the rise. So not only do we have our young ladies out here having sexual intercourse with animals, we got my young men, this is the new generation, they're coming up, the Gen Z, they're coming up and they're saying, I'm an animal. The guy was speaking vividly, candidly, and said, I'm an animal and talking. And then you got these girls out here having intercourse with an animal. And then now the depression rate is rising. It says the depression rate in the United States have reached concerning levels, with recent data indicating a significant rise in prevalence. It says approximately 13% of adults and adolescents in the U.S. have experienced depression in the recent years. So it says it doubled since 2015. All right, so mental illness, depression. Now, mind you, with these mythomaniacs, right? These mythomaniacs out here lying to us, which is causing us to think that we're animals, think less of ourselves, and exploit ourselves. And now they're depressed. Suicide is on the rise in America. So we have suicides. It says, yes, there's a concerning trends indicating a rise in mental illness in the United States. While some data reflects increased awareness and diagnoses, there's also evidence suggesting a genuine increase in the prevalence of mental health conditions, particularly among young adults. Okay, so it says suicide is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So in year 2022, they said that almost 50,000 people committed suicide. Now, you guys are going to say, well, if you keep reading there, girl, it says this had to do with the pandemic. You see how she missed that. Yeah, I know you were going to say that. Don't worry, I have one here to make sure you see it says 2024, last year too. So don't think for a second I'm going to let you get that off. That little bit of nothing. It tells you right there in 2024, the suicide rates reach record highs. In what? 2024, as well as 2022, 2023, and 2024. It's continuously going up. Depression is going up. It's not going to help if you think you're an ape, all right? It's going to make it worse because you're an animal. Let's keep going. Professing themselves, Romans 1:22, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. Well, guess what? They profess themselves to be wise. What is a homo sapien means? What? Wise men. Wise man. The Most High said, professing themselves wise, they became fools. The fools have said in their heart, Psalms 14:1, the fool has said in their heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. And what is the abominable work? What was the abominable work? It was the ladies having intercourse with the who? The dog. The dog was the abominable work. And they professed themselves to be wise by calling themselves what? Homo sapien. What more do I need? But this is not even it. I'm just getting started. We having fun today. It says, I believe the Bible to be the true and the authentic word of the Most High God. And I also believe that the Most High should get all the glory for his creation. Remember, evolution is gaining, not what? Declining. The world IQ over time has gone down. So as this evolution gone up all around the world, knowledge, people's IQ is going down. It says the National Library of Medicine. It says IQ scores are falling and have been for decades. New study finds. This is CNN. This is reporting the National Library of Medicine. It's going down. Mind you, the Most High already prophesied. It says that they profess themselves to be wise by calling themselves what? Wise man. And they've done abominable works by saying that there is no God. And while they're saying there's no God, they're out here having sexual intercourse with a dog, which is an abominable work, according to the Most High. But I guess if you don't believe in the Most High, you don't have to worry about it being an abomination. It's just natural because you're what? You're an animal. Let's just keep going. Americans' IQ scores. A lot of you may be sitting there saying, it says the world. That has nothing to do with the U.S. I know you'll say that. That's why, just wait. Just hold on. She's coming. Americans' IQ scores fall. This is from the new, it says a report from 2023 revealed the depressing reality that the average intelligence test score fell from 100 to 98, a dismal 2-point decline after a previously uninterrupted 30-point rise that began in 1905. So back in 1905, and we know 1905, they were Protestant Christians. The majority of the world the country was Protestant Christians. So from when Christianity was at the peak, looks like people were doing just fine with their intelligence or their IQ. But now, with all this knowledge increasing, all of this, evolution, people not believing in the Most High anymore, but they're believing in the evolution. For some reason, for the first time, people's IQ, people are getting dumber. People are getting stupid. People are getting dumber. They're having sex with animals. They're calling themselves animals. And now their IQ scores have gone down. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Unc. Keep getting out there teaching. Go out there and teach somebody. But guess what, guys? This is not all of our faults. This is not entirely all of our faults. You can thank Hollywood for that. It's called the Hollywood dream, which made the American dream, or what I would like to say, the progressing nightmare. Let's go have some fun, guys. We're in the future, so let's go back in the past. So this is from Back to the Future. This scene here was in 1985 from this movie. I wasn't even born yet, but this right here, this is going to program us. Right? Because back in this movie, let me pause this I can't pause it. But this movie, they wanted us to believe that, they had in Back to the Future, we were going to have flying cars, they had time machines, all of that back in the 1980s. So the 80s, they were like, hey, we're building up, like they said, the IQs were going up, everybody was getting smarter. So let's go back in the past because we are in the future according to, the 1980s. So let's take a look and see what they've been programming us with or pre-programming us with, right? So let's talk about the Jetsons. I don't know if a lot of you guys remember this show. This premiered back in the 60s. So in the 60s, we saw that they were saying that, they were in the space age. This cartoon took place in the space age. They said with elaborate robotic contraptions, aliens, holograms, and whimsical inventions. So they said 1962 is when this premiered, and they had flying spaceships. So back in the 60s, they said that they were going to be in space and that they were going to have flying spaceships. What year do you think this was depicted in? What year do you think they had this type of expectation? 2062. Are we anywhere near that, guys? We're in 25. Do you think we're nowhere near that? But this is where their minds were. This is where their minds were. In 2062, we're supposed to be in space in our spaceships. People still are driving around in a 1980 beat up car. People still driving around in that. People can't even, you don't need for me to tell you where we're at. You can see it yourself. We're nowhere near that. But they were programming themselves and programming us for our expectations to be there. Here we got Back to the Future. So here we got Marty. He's on what? A hoverboard. This was Back to the Future 2. This was in 1989. He had a hoverboard. He was flying on his hoverboard, and this was in 2015. So he went to the future, and while he was in the future, what year was he in? 2015. So while he's on his hoverboard in 2015, now we're in 25. Do we have hoverboards? No, we don't. We should have flying we should have flying cars. We don't have time machines, and we don't even have a hoverboard. And this was dated October 21st, 2015. So back in 1980s, while we're sitting there in the 89, mind you, I was just recently born. You're sitting there, they're like, oh man, I can't wait till the 2000s. We're gonna have what? We're gonna have hoverboards. We're gonna be flying. Now this is one of my favorite movies here. Now I love me some Fifth Element. If those of you out there remember Fifth Element, they had this whole skyway, right? Bruce Willis, he was, in his beat up taxi. His taxi was beat up, but it was flying. Our taxi, we don't even have taxis no more, but I'm just saying, but our cars are beat up, but they don't fly. But see, this is the importance. She's like, so what is your point, Nev? Okay, this is my point. When they showed us the movie, this is the scene out. These are two scenes from the movie, Fifth Element. In Egypt, 1914, they showed the past. They made the past primitive. And then in 2259, this is when we're supposed to have all this technological advances. This is an advanced future, which represents what? Knowledge, which represents what? Evolution. So back in the past, so what they're saying, the people in the past were stupid. They were dumb because they didn't have anything. But the people in the future are getting smarter because they're evolving. And with this evolution, we're getting smarter, which means we're getting more advanced, which means we're getting more technologically advanced, right? And this is supposed to take place in about 220 years or 225 years. We're supposed to have all of this. We're nowhere near that. So that means we're lesser evolved. Here's another scene here from Back to the Future. We have him in his DeLorean, right? We have him in his DeLorean. So what he's doing is he's in the past, but he's in his DeLorean. What he's showcasing here, this is what they're programming us, right? They're showcasing that these people back here are stupid and dumb. They're out there with their little, out there in their little huts, and they're primitive. Meanwhile, here we are, we're advanced, we're more evolved. We came back to the past, and he's driving off while they're still on their horses, programming you to believe in the pseudoscience. So without you even trying to believe in evolution, without you even wanting to believe in evolution, you couldn't help it, because watching these movies, they pre-programmed us. Watching the Jetsons, we were expecting the 2000s to be something miraculous. The 2000s was supposed to be a time where we were supposed to be so smart and so advanced. But was the past really primitive, guys? Was it really that primitive? Were they really that primitive in the past? No. And that's another thing. They're lying. They are, again, with their mythomania. These mythomaniacs just lying, gluing that orangutan jaw on a human being's skull. They're so desperate because they don't want you to believe in the Most High, right? So they're doing everything that they can to get you not to. But here we are. So right here, this is actually something called this is an underground city. Those of you that are hip to it, you all know that this is Deir Kenyu. This is an underground city located in Turkey. It's in the Cappadocia region in Turkey. It's about 2,000 years old. And it says it's renowned for its vastness and complexity, with multiple levels extending deep underground, capable of housing up to 20,000 people, along with their livestock and supplies. The city is a marvel of ancient engineering, featuring living spaces, storage areas, places of worship, and defense mechanisms. Now, they say that this was discovered accidentally in 1963 when a homeowner knocked down a wall in his basement and uncovered a hidden tunnel. It says Deering KU is a labyrinth of rooms, tunnels, staircases, and ventilation shafts. So think about it like this, right? You're in your basement. Let's say one of your pipes busted or something's going on in your basement, and you knock down the wall, and then boop, this huge tunnel this pathway just opens up, and boom, you're in this underground city. This is amazing. Here's another image of it. Look at this. This is amazing. This is underground. How did they light this up? How did you, they always want us to believe that they were using fire, these candles with fire. You can't do that underground. It's dirt. It'll catch on fire. What were they doing? How did they do this? This is amazing. It says it's a multi-level structure. It says Deering KU extends up to 85 meters long, meters deep, feet, with 18 levels connected. It said it could accommodate a large population. It says the city incorporated features like large rolling stone doors. Okay. It says the city had an intricate ventilation system because they had to breathe underground. This is underground. We don't even know how to dig under. You and I, us simple people, right? We're the people that are simple because, mind you, these people are supposed to be stupid. These aren't people that are supposed to be the smart people. This is in the past. So they should be on the level of us, I would say, right? Because we're not very educated as to how to get underneath the ground. We couldn't build this. We don't even know where to begin to even start this. But they want you to, they have programmed us to think that the people in the past were so primitive.
Naphtali, can I ask you a question while you're on this subject?
Please, I would love for you. I was waiting on you to ask me a question on something.
I want to get clarity.
Yes.
Because are you saying that this is real right here? Are you bringing that out, saying that this is real underground, or are you saying that this is a picture or something?
No, this is real. This is an actual city. Here's another image.
And where is this located at?
This is located in Turkey. This is in Turkey. This is called Deering KU, Turkey. Here's another image of it. I can't wait to go visit this myself. I can't wait.
And it's underground. How far? How deep underground?
Here, do you see this image? I changed it. Do you see how they have this is how they say it looks. This is someone's interpretation of that. So it's pretty deep. They said that it goes down, let's see, 280 feet deep. So it's
they got ACs and everything under there?
They said ventilation. You know they had to have something.
Yeah, they got to. God damn. Well, people in the chat saying, yeah, it's real. It's real.
Oh, I wouldn't come up here and lie. I don't have fans over here. I don't have time to lie anyway. They want to lie to you. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm gonna let you know. You know, the Armored Raw Squad could be in the building and they watch it. So
I hope they watch it.
Just be a little careful what you're doing, because they're gonna try to get you on stuff.
And they can't, because everything I have is all.
Not the Armored Raw Squad. I keep saying Armored Raw Squad. The pseudo killers. The pseudo killers.
Pseudo phonies. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. But yes, this is. But I mean, when you look at this, though, sa.neter, does this look like technology? Somebody with technologically advanced? Doesn't this look like people should have some type of knowledge to be able to do something like this?
Well, yeah. If this is real, then hell yeah, they got to have knowledge on this. They got to be dealing with some type of science.
This is a guarantee. This is real. This is legit. Yeah. This is not an if. Stop the if. I know it's hard for you to let it go because they keep pumping you with the fake orangutan jaw and human skull. Yes, they had indoor plumbing back then. They had underground plumbing. They had water. You know what I'm saying? They had electricity. They had to have electricity. They had to be able to light this up. The way they're lighting it up now is the way they lit it up back then. I mean, how else can you do it? And people are asking them to light it up the way that they lit it up then. If it's not through electricity, then light it up with the candles. They know they can't do it because it will burn. It doesn't make sense.
Well, damn, you done taught me something here.
Yeah. So when you look here, and this is another, This is the top part of it. This is it on top. Above ground, excuse me. Let me stop saying top. Above ground is to the left right here. This is above ground. And then to the right, this is it underground. And it says that it has the capacity to house humans in the ground, underground, with their livestock. Okay. So it just wasn't, they just weren't just no humans. This was actually including the livestock, and it had ventilation. And that's the water table is at the bottom. Down here, this is the water table. Okay, so this is where the water, they were pumping water up. And they had boreholes, all types of stuff like this, okay? So this technology, so look at my guy, he's like, wow, what an advanced city. If that city did not display and demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of engineering, mathematics, including geometry and surveying. If that did not, what do we have here? I mean, we're in threats. Everybody's feeling some type of way with Trump, right? And we're all like, okay, are we getting ready to go into a World War III? Well, if we were to go into a World War III, do we have any capabilities of an underground city? Not for the common people, but they were able to do it for themselves. These common people, they built themselves there. So could all of us commoners, with all of our so-called IQs, you know, with this evolutionary mindset, could we all build something like this? No, we could not. This is not, these people here were very smart. And this is 2,000 years old or older, okay? That's what they're giving us is 2,000. It could be older than this, but it's still here. And it could be many of these around. You know, we all are trying to ask them to look underneath the, you know, the pyramids. We're all asking them, hey, what's underneath these pyramids? They don't want us to know. And they're really trying to get them. You know, my guy out there, Bright Insight, he's really trying to get them. You know, he's there and he's on top of their necks. Like, hey, what's going on with these pyramids? Because they're not being honest. Again, like I said, they want to glue an orangutan's jaw to a human skull and give it to you and say, here you go. Now go sit down somewhere. Be quiet. Leave us alone. And that's what the pseudo phonies want you to believe. They want you to believe that. But here we go. People got jobs out here, okay? People got jobs. But look at this place. This place is amazing, guys. Look at this. This is more zoomed in, a little bit of a better image, a better side of this. This is, again, it's called Dirikayu. It's located in Turkey. It's an underground city, okay? It's real. This is not a prank. This is not based. You can Google it right now. Pull your phone up and Google it, okay? Take your time. But anyway, now let's get serious. That was just me having some fun. Now I'm getting ready to actually get into some science. Let's get into some science. So has science explained the origin of life? Why you guys, you guys want to get up here and you guys want to say, oh, Naphtali, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Well, you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about. So let's listen to Dr. James Tour. Who is Dr. James Tour? Dr. James Tour is actually a doctor. He's a chemist. And he's actually coming out. He's the one that actually does this work. He's the one that actually does this teaching. And here he is. And this is his website. And he says, welcome to the James Tour Group. He is a professor of chemistry, professor of computer science, a professor of material science and nanoengineering at Rice University. Okay, this ain't no little college. This is at Rice, and he's a professor at that university, and he's a chemist and a lead chemist at that. But let's just keep going. Oops, 1 second. Let me go back to that. All right, so let's hear him. Let's hear him. I got a little video for you. 1 second. Let's hear him.
And so this is where we are. Origin of life research is a scam. I love that quote. That is a quote by Professor Lee Cronin. He says that, just in a recent video, he said that he wants to have a desist letter written so I stop quoting him. I don't know how you can get somebody to stop quoting you. I mean, you're a lawyer. I mean, can you imagine somebody says they're going to?
So he's talking about another professor is upset with him because he keeps using his quote that the origin of life research is scam. It's a scam. The actual researcher actually came out and said it was a scam. So now he's coming out and he's using his information. He wants to send him a cease and desist because again, they don't like you to. You're not supposed to. This is not supposed to leave their gates. It's supposed to stay up there with the elite. It's not supposed to filter down to us common folks. But he's sharing it with us. Shout out to Professor. Let's keep going.
Cease and desist from quoting me? I'm not sure that's going to work. Origin of life research is a scam. And then he says, well, I said it a year later. He says, well, I was saying it tongue in cheek. And recently he says that he was saying it because he had had too much wine to drink that night. So we'll look at his explanation of what he meant when he said origin of life research is a scam. But I think it's a great quote. So let me go over some definitions. Abiogenesis is the origin of life from non-living matter. To construct any convincing theory of abiogenesis, we must take into account the conditions of the earth about 4 billion years ago. Again, not my definition, it's textbook definition. Prebiotically relevant means that we are restricted to materials, procedures, and conditions that might have been available on an early earth. So if we say it's prebiotically relevant, you got to be able to do it on an early earth, not in a modern laboratory. Nobody was present at life's origin, so we'll never know how life originated. But that's not what we're seeking to answer. What we are seeking is an experimentally verifiable hypothesis as to how life might have originated. That's what we are seeking. Now, some people say, well, we should just take what the Bible says and leave it at that. No. Science fills in lots of details. God just gives overview on some things, and science fills in details. This is what science does. And so it takes from the book of nature and allows us to fill in details. That's what science does. So I think it's great for science to do this. All right, textbook characteristics of life: responsiveness to the environment, growth and change, ability to reproduce, have a metabolism and breathe, maintain homeostasis, being made of cells and passing traits onto offspring. Homeostasis is the steady internal physical and chemical condition. Let me just turn this down a little bit. Okay. Professor Cronin is the Regis Chair of Chemistry in the School of Chemistry at the University of Glasgow.
All right, so guys, you just heard what he said. Professor Cronin is the Regis Chair of Chemistry in the School of Chemistry at the University of Glasgow. And he had the nerve to say that it was a scam. All of it was a scam. And that's what he said. His work was a scam. He said this is a scam. And so now my guy, Professor Tour, he's saying that, hey, you're right, it is a scam. Why aren't you coming out and telling the people? And now this guy wants to send him a cease and desist and say, hey, stop doing that. Please don't do that. But it's okay for them to laugh amongst each other and get grants and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to us, though, we're not supposed to know. But Professor James Tour, he's letting us know. But let's just keep going.
And he has said, and I agree with him, we agree on this. I'd like to ask you all a question, which is, what is the most basic unit of matter that can undergo Darwinian evolution that you know of? And I suppose it won't be much of a surprise to see that it is a cell. So what are the requirements for a living system? We need genetic code, we need mating, we need metabolism, we need adaptation, we need homeostasis. So Professor Cronin knows very well exactly what we need. And I'm going to focus in on Lee, and the reason I'm focusing in on Lee is because he's probably the most vocal in talking about what I have to say, and wanting to dismiss me because I'm one of those creationists. So they like to dismiss me on that point, although I never bring in God into this argument. I never do. Other people do. Other people do on my behalf. I never bring in God into this argument because the science itself screams out that the science is not working for the origin of life. I never bring in God of the gap saying because we can't understand, we bring in God. That a scientist does not do.
All right. You heard what he said. He's not bringing in God. So who is this guy? So this is James Mitchell Tour. He is an American chemist and technologist. Okay, so he's a nanotechnologist. He is the TT and WF Child Professor of Chemistry and Professor of Materials Science and Nanoengineering at Rice University in Houston, Texas. Now, this is whose information and whose data I will be sharing. This is who's my source for the remainder of my video that I'm doing now, my presentation. I will be sourcing him, okay? Who else? He graduated from Purdue University, Syracuse University, and Stanford University. He is award-winning Centenary Prize, Trotter Prize, the Feynman Prize in nanotechnology. So this is a big wig. This is a big guy. This is a headshot. Okay, he is the elite. And he's actually coming out and letting us know the truth. His research is in chemistry, materials, electronics, nanotechnology. And he agrees with the Bible. So right here, it says James Tour is a renowned chemist and nanotechnologist at Rice University, known for his work in molecular electronics, graphene research. Okay, so right here, here's some more information on his background. I just was sharing more information so you guys can understand that this is no regular. You see these little guys back here? No, he's not that. He is the elder. He is the one that's in charge, okay? He's the elite. Let's hear him out again.
Has the public been misled on the origin of life claims? Well, there's these surveys that have been done under simulation of early Earth atmosphere. Scientists have mixed molecules together in laboratories to produce complex life forms such as frogs. 1/3 of the general public believes that is true. The answer to that is false. They haven't.
Oops. I was trying to pause that, but I guess it wouldn't let me pause it. 1 second. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, did it go off?
Has the public been misled on the origin of life claims? Well, there's these surveys that have been done under simulation of early Earth atmosphere. Scientists have mixed molecules together in laboratories to produce complex life forms such as frogs. 1/3 of the general public believes that is true. The answer to that is false.
All right.
How about this? Under simulation of early Earth.
So right there, he was letting us know that they're teaching right here. Everybody's thinking it's all about frogs, that they were able to create this in the laboratories. And he's letting us know that that's not true. A lot of false information is being spread out here, and it's not true. And he's actually letting us know that that's not true. So a lot of us that believe this, a lot of us out here teaching this, are teaching lies, and a lot of them don't know that it's not true. It's just the fact is that nobody's coming out and telling us that it's not. But he is exposing that nobody's telling us that that's not true.
Atmosphere, scientists have mixed molecules together in laboratories to produce single-celled life forms such as bacteria. 2/3 of the general public thinks that that is true. That is false. Not even close.
All right, let me go back because he kind of fumbled that. So he says, has the public been misled on origins of life claims? He says, under simulations of Earth early atmosphere, scientists have mixed molecules together in laboratories to produce simple single-cell life forms, such as bacteria. So he's saying that a lot of people actually believe that these scientists were able to make bacteria, something simple as bacteria. And he just said, what? What did he say? Let's go back. Let's hear it out of his mouth.
That is true. That is false. Not even close.
Boom. Not even close. Not even close. Let's keep going. This thing here, boy, I tell you, let's go. Not even close. Let's keep going.
That is true. That is false. Not even close. Not even close. People have never produced life in a laboratory, ever.
People have never produced life within the laboratory. So that's called intelligent design. Intelligent design hasn't even been done in the laboratory. So how can it be done on its own? It just happened. And this is coming from, you know how hard that probably had to be for him to come out to let everybody know, let us all in on the secret. You know, they're getting all these grants, all these awards, all this money and funding, and all these, you know, different, you know, labels of success, to be told that you don't even know where to even begin with life. They don't know. Well, let's just keep going. So what is evolution? Evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups, pretty much. That's pretty much what evolution is. It's a fairy tale. Because once upon a time, life came from non-life. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? Every time you see life being created, it's coming from a life form. But people who want to get out here and teach you evolution, they want you to believe that life can just spontaneously happen, and that's not true. They can't even do it within a laboratory, says the lead chemist who's within that laboratory, who can't do it. He can't do it. They can't do it, and he's telling us that they can't do it, but somebody's going to tell you abiogenesis. He said abiogenesis is the scientific theory that explains how life arose from non-living matter. It says, then this is from the Britannica, it says abiogenesis is the idea that life arose from non-life more than 3.5 billion years ago on Earth. Abiogenesis proposes that the first life forms generated were very simple and through a gradual processes became increasingly complex. Well, mind you, didn't our professor just say that they can't even make excuse me, what was it? He said they couldn't make can't even lost my train of thought there really quick. Not chemicals, but what is it? He said they couldn't make bacteria. That's it. Thank you. Bacteria. They couldn't make bacteria. So remember, they're trying to tell us as long as it's simple and it takes 3.5 billion years, it makes sense. No, because they can't even do it now within the laboratory with all the technology. They can't even make bacteria. How can you mean to tell me a cell can be made? And we know, we're going to get to a cell in just a second, but let's just keep going. So it says, these early conditions include intense volcanic activity, high temperatures, and an atmosphere rich in gases like water vapor and methane, producing the primordial ooze. Secret of the ooze. You guys know about the ooze? So people say they believe in evolution, but do they know all of the 6 stages of evolution? See, people get up here, they'll talk to you about, oh, well, the DNA and the monkey and the genes. Well, we just talked about the genes, and we just realized how much the genes don't matter, because once you insert the banana and you say, well, we have 50% of our genes with the bananas, they're going to tell you that's ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense. And they'll give you that disclaimer and say, well, that's because of coded genes. They don't give you that with the monkey, though. But anyway, stages of evolution. There's the cosmic Big Bang. There's chemical evolution, there's stellar evolutions, which is stars evolving, organic evolution. Now, this is where pretty much everybody is who believes in evolution. They tend to be right here. So they didn't even do 1, 2, and 3. Then there's macroevolution, which is where animals change from one kind into another, which is the observable science, right? These other things are theories, and we're going to talk about that theory. You know, my guy Young likes to talk about a theory. We're going to talk about that. But here we go. So we got the macroevolution, then we have the microevolution, and then we have the chemical evolution, which is the origins of life, which is right here. Boom. It says, without the understanding of the origin of life, you cannot have evolution, because evolution deals with the first cell. You cannot have the biological without the chemical. So what they're saying is you can't have either or, you got to have both, the biological with the chemical. But for some reason, chemical is all the way here, and then the biological is all the way here. Well, then, like I said, they got chemical here. They got it all over the place. It's just a mess because it makes no sense. So what he says is you have to take a very small molecule such as formaldehyde and CO2. You got to make the 4 classes of chemicals, carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, nucleic acids, RNA, DNA to make a cell. He said, how did life begin? The primordial soup model, molecules in a pond, flashes of lightning, the molecules come together to form a cell. This is what they're teaching. This is what they're out here teaching. Just rained on some rocks, some water just appeared, made a pond, and lightning struck it, and then boom, here's life. That's it. Now, when they want to get up here and they want to say somebody sounds ridiculous, foolish, sounds like they believe in child's play. Oh, you believe in a God. Well, at least I believe in intelligent design. This is a fairy tale billions of years ago. Billions of years. Hold on, don't forget the base, because if you say 6,000 years, oh, you're retarded. But if you say billions of years, now you're smart. And then in a distant land, some water appeared for some reason, and then flashes of lightning, and then boom, life came out of it. Okay. Somebody will say, I don't believe that, but I still believe in evolution. Well, I'm sorry, you have to accept that. Because your boy Darwin, this is what he taught. Me and AI had a conversation. He said, while Darwin didn't explicitly use the term primordial soup, that's what it's called, the primordial soup, he did propose a concept similar to it, suggesting life may have originated in a warm little pond. Those were his words, suggesting life may have originated in a warm little pond with specific chemical conditions. He envisioned this pond, see, he's envisioning this pond containing inorganic chemicals that could interact to form complex organic molecules, the building blocks of life. This idea later formalized the primordial soup theory. So this whole primordial soup theory actually came from who? Charles Darwin. He agrees with this. So just like Darwin is the one that came up with the macro and the micro evolution, he also is the one that came up with the primordial. He didn't actually come up with it, but the concept of it, right? The thought. You say, well, Neff, that's a thought. Well, hold on a second. So Live Science right here says how Earth's primordial soup came to life. So back in 2012, they were teaching that. That was an article there. And here we have Darwin was right. All life probably. So hold on. Darwin was right. All life probably. You can't have a right and a probably. You can't do that to people. It's messing with the mental health, the minds. Remember, we just reviewed that our IQs are dropping. We reviewed that our girls are out here messing with the dogs, and my guy is saying that he's an animal. They're playing ladies, all kind of stuff's going on here. This was back in 2022. He said Darwin was right. All life probably came from him. Probably. They don't know what's going on. But Darwin's right. That's the first. If you don't even take any time, mind you, this is stuff that I'm looking at, things that the simplest of people are researching. This is psychological warfare that's taking place here. Darwin was right. Confidence, probably. Hold on now. Can't stop that. You can't do that. No. But they'll do that to you. They're doing that to our children. They're doing that to our up-and-coming generations. Because mind you, nobody's going to sit down and research like me. Nobody's going to dig deep like me. They're going to look at these quick little arguments, these little Google articles that come up. And they're going to see very fast that Darwin was right. All life probably came from a soup. Overlooking it. Let's keep going though. There's something called iridogenesis. Yeah, I went there. You knew I was going it. Those of you who are hip. Iridogenesis. The Babylonian, Amorite, Canaanites. Oh, don't she just love that? When you get Neff, you're gonna hear about the Canaanites. People always say to me, why do they matter? Because these are the gods. The Sumerians, the Babylonians. Hello, they're the Canaanites. Do you hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3. The Babylonians are the Amorites. They are the Canaanites. They matter. Why? Because right here, iridogenesis. In Mesopotamian religious literature, ancient Sumerians, primarily concerned with the creation of the world, the building of cities, and the flood, according to the epic, After the universe was created out of the primeval sea and gods were born, what do they quote? They quote a primeval sea and life came out of that sea. This is where they say their gods came from. My guy down here, Dr. James Tour, he actually tells us that there is nowhere ever out there that you should know anything about a sea. There's no sea, there's no water, there's nothing. He's admitting that there's nothing out there that where we will even get a primordial soup, unless you're getting it from where? Iridogenesis. And they had it first, by the way. This is before Darwin. Darwin is quoting his gods. And also, right there, the Anunnaki, yes. Because the Anunnaki are also said to have done what? Created life. From who? Apes. This whole thing came from the Babylonian, Amorite, Canaanites. That's who it comes from. The Anunnaki was their gods. There's this primordial ooze. Yes, the secret of the ooze. Just as ridiculous it looks, this looks here. You guys probably laughing like, what the heck is this? This is what they're teaching you. People are paying big money to go to these universities, to these colleges, listening to these lectures from these so-called professors, and they're all quoting a primordial ooze. This is real, okay? I didn't make this up. Now I did make it. It's fun. I did make this thumbnail, but this whole thing though, the primordial ooze, also known as the primordial soup, is a hypothetical early earth environment rich in organic compounds that is thought to have played a role in the emergence of life. It is the key concept in the heterotrophic theory concerning the origin of life, initially proposed by who? Alexander O'Perrin in 1924. So 1924, Alexander O'Perrin is the one who proposed the primordial ooze, also known as the primordial soup. This is real. The primordial ooze, mutations. This is where you get the Ninja Turtles from. The whole theory of the Ninja Turtles comes from the primordial ooze. And you says, well, who's talking about this? Why does this matter? Well, why doesn't this matter? This is the O'Perrin Haldane theory. What you mean? Everything matters I talk about. Stop, Unc. What's your theory? O'Perrin. What does he say? The primordial soup theory was hypothesized by various scientists that build on this. Remember, they said Darwin was right, probably. Probably life came out of a soup. Well, guess what? O'Perrin, he actually made a theory out of it. It's called the O'Perrin Haldane theory. And a lot of you are saying, well, Nev, this was back in 1922. Well, guess what? This is the University of Chicago right here. And they says life emerged from a primordial soup as a University of Chicago graduate student. They're teaching that. And a lot of you guys, this is current. This is right now. This is from the University of Chicago. Okay, well, you make sure you, okay. So here we have the hypothesis about origins of life. This is from the Khan Academy. So if you guys, those of you who have children, like myself, you should be very familiar with Khan Academy. The Khan Academy. So if you want to know how, if your kids are doing research, studying, if anybody's doing some research and studying, Khan Academy quotes who? They quote O'Perrin Haldane hypothesis. This is right now. This is actually right now. They quote this as an origin of life. They quote O'Perrin Haldane. They quote him. So if you want to say, why is this important? Why does he matter? Why any of this is important? Because it's being taught actually right now. If you go into the Khan Academy And those of you who have kids who know what the Khan Academy is to our kids, they're in there and they're seeing that. So if you think this is nonsense, well, guess what? This is what's feeding our sons and daughters to say that they're animals. This is what's feeding our sons and daughters, these kids out here, the generation out there having sexual relations with animals and calling themselves animals. Suicidal, depression, all of this. IQ is actually on the decline. A lot of these, I'm gonna say this really quick. I was sitting back and I was looking at my TikToks, and they show you one video, the next thing you know, that's all you see for the whole time, right? If you don't watch it. And I was on this nostalgic kick going back, and they were actually talking about the 90s, the 90s, the 90s, Blockbuster and all this and all that. And I actually got to grow up in the 90s. I got to partake in the 90s. And somebody actually said, did America hit its peak in the 90s? And I can probably say it probably did, because at that time, that's when everything was on the up and up. Now everything is on the decline. Evolution is not about decline. No matter what you want to say, no matter what you want to do, evolution, the data says otherwise. People say the primordial soup that's being taught right now. When you Google, are you an ape? Do you share DNA with the chimpanzee? It's going to tell you 98.8%, but it's not going to tell you that that's for genetic coded only DNA, which can be as less as 1% or even not even exist at all. It's not even going to tell you that, but it will tell you that about a banana, though. So, I didn't even get to say this, but also it was the soup to sell, right? Soup to sell theory. I didn't mention this up here. Soup to cells is the origin of life. So they're saying that this soup is what formed, which is where the cell was in, which formed life. Well, if it was so simple, why can't they make this cell right now? They can't make the cell. The cell is so simple. When I was taught in high school the simple cell, right? The simple cell. They always say the simple cell. Well, they have come out and said the cell isn't all that simple. Here we have what builds the cell. They said the 4 building blocks: the carbohydrates, the peptides, include nucleic acids, the lipids, the monomeric sugars, the amino acids, the nucleotides. My guy, Dr. James Tour, he's going to break it down a little bit for us. Let's hear what he has to say.
Chemistry is the language of living systems. You have to have the small molecules, you have to have the polymers made from them. The small molecules of monomeric sugars go to the polysaccharides, amino acids go to the polypeptides, nucleotides go to the polynucleotides, and glycerol goes to the lipids. And so you have to have the small molecules, which are the building blocks of the building blocks, and then you have to have the building blocks themselves. But molecules don't care about life. Molecules don't care about life. They've never been interested in life. They don't know to move toward life. They don't have a brain. Molecules don't have a brain. They don't know to go toward life. If you put a bunch of molecules together that are specially designed, they can sometimes assemble on surfaces to give you regular patterns on a surface, which is not what a cell is. Molecules have never been known to move toward life unless a living system, a living organism is working upon them. A living organism like a person, or like a cell, or like an animal. Unless a living organism is working on these molecules, they've never been known to move toward life. They don't have brains. They don't know to. They have no motivation to move toward life. There's 3.
All right. So what is he saying here, guys? So he's pretty much showing you how a cell is made. And he's pretty much telling you that these molecules, let's go back right there, these molecules, right? He showcased to us what builds the cell, this simple cell. He shared with us the chemicals. And what he's saying is you can put them all, you can just have them all set out there together, just have them all amongst each other, and they're not going to form. They're not going to go together and form. They're not going to build together. He said you can just set them all out there. They're not going to know to go to each other. You know, like how you set down some food and the dog would know to run to go to the food. The dog would know to go eat it. The molecules are not going to go to each other to build, to create life, is what he's saying. They don't care about each other. They don't know each other. They're dumb. So what he's pretty much saying is that it takes intelligence. It had to take intelligence. It had to take somebody, a human being, to put it together right there alone. And he says nobody has solved that problem. Nobody knows how to put it together. Remember, we saw that earlier. He said nobody knows how to do it. He said we can't do it. This is what it looks like. This is it. Nobody's going to show you this like me. Who's going to show you this? They're going to get up here and tell you because they don't care about you. They have a spirit on them. Okay? If you really care about your soul, if you really care about yourself, guys, you're in war. And this guy, Dr. James Tour, shout out to him. He actually let us in on this, because I wouldn't know anything about this, unless you're becoming a chemist. And for some reason, they have a secret allegiance that they get up there and they will talk to each other. They can't lie in front of this man. If this man walked in the room and he was talking about, and they were talking about this stuff, they will have to come clean, because they know that he knows. The difference is that he's letting us know that they don't know what they don't know and what they do know. Let's take a look at this. Okay, this is a little bit more broken down, easy for you and I to understand. So here is the amino acids, right? So the amino acid chain. This is the amino acid chain. It links together, right? These are the amino acids. Remember, let's go back a little bit. Right there. So these are your amino acids right there. Boom. These are the carbohydrates. These are the building blocks. And they all linked here. They form this structure. Then they formed a secondary structure, which was an helix. This helix has to go here to a tetrahedral structure, which then links together and forms the protein. Now, this is called the polymerization of amino acids. It says it, in biochemistry, involves the joining of the amino acid monomers from the polypeptide chains. Now, think about it like this, guys. You put all these together. These have to link together to form you and me. They got to form, but before they got to do this, before they can do this. But the problem is, they haven't even done, they can't do this. And not alone in the laboratory, they can't do this. They don't even know how, if they can't do this or don't even understand how they can do this in a laboratory, how can it have done it in a soup, a mindless universe, right? Let's take a look at this. Isn't this cool? Look at this. This is actually real. This is real. This is actually the operating system of a cell. When you look into a cell, this is what you actually see. This is me. I'm getting ready to quote Dr. James Tour right here. He says the goalpost is moving further and further away from the target. It's becoming more complex because they just realized the complexity of the target in the 1800s. The 1800s, they thought a cell was just a bunch of protoplasm, that goo, right? Just a bunch of goo, just a soup, right? They thought that in 1800s. He's coming clean. He said they thought it was that. He says, but now we know it's a factory in there. He says an amazing factory. Look at this thing here. This is real. This isn't AI. This isn't a GIF. This is real. Okay? It says the amino acids need to be made prior. They are needed to create the proteins to make a cell, carbohydrates, protein, lipids, nucleic acids, RNA, DNA. It says the amino acids have to be linked together in order to put a cell together. There is no knowledge on. It says that this here, this is called a motor protein, excuse me. This is a motor protein. and it's called an operating system of a cell. Now, these amino acids have to be linked together in order to put a cell together, and there is no knowledge on how to make a cell in a lab or laboratory. This is me quoting him. How can it be formed randomly from a rock in a mindless universe? How can it? This is coming from Dr. James Tour, chemist, who's actually there right now. He's the lead chemist, not just a little flunky. He's actually there, the elite scientist, getting all the awards. When he walk in, people sit down, okay? People who are standing up, sit down and be quiet. This guy here is the big shot. He's the big league. You know why? Because these things work for the Most High. These things work for Christ. The scientific theory versus observational science. Now, I was on here on sa.neter's channel a few weeks ago, and Unc was talking about scientific theory. He threw out the scientific theory. Let's talk about a scientific theory, and there's also something called observational science. And I want you guys now, stop with this scientific theory crap and go with the observational science. I asked AI. It says observational science involves directly gathering information about the natural world through what? Observation and experimentation, while a scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. But the observation is direct gathering of the data. It's what you can trust because it's direct. This is what you see. This is what's actually being shown to you, not someone's opinion, not based off of what someone guessed off of that information. You're actually looking at that information and you're seeing it for yourself. It says observations are the raw data and theories are the frameworks that explain and connect that data. I'm an observational scientist over here. I'm actually I'm a data analyst. That's my job. That's what I do. I analyze data. I get paid to do that. That's what I do. I made this presentation. I analyze the data and I'm observing. And that's actually a part of being an observational scientist. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspects of the natural world that is based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experimentation. That's what a theory is. But the truth in science is always determined from observational facts. An observational scientist is a researcher who studies phenomena by observing them in their natural settings, rather than manipulating variables in a controlled experiment. It says they're observing them in their natural setting, in the real setting, not in a manipulated setting. So what they're telling you is observational science is based off facts. A theory is not based off of facts. A theory is just based off of what someone proposes, a theory. Like we saw, Oparin Haldane. Let's take a look at his theory again. Let's go back to him. There he is, the primordial soup theory. He says that life came out of a soup. That's what he said. That was his theory. That's a theory. He has the right to say what he feels, and guess what? That's his opinion. And that theory is actually taught on Khan Academy to our children. And while I have teenagers who are, researching and Googling this information. And when they Google, this is what they find. And they quote it as if it's with fact. But here we have my guy here who's coming out and he's telling us, he's trying his best to let us know that we don't know nothing. We don't know nothing but the fact that this had to be done by intelligence. Authentic science just explains how the Most High did it. Science complements the Bible. Pseudoscience does not. See, there's something going on here. There's something going on here. What is that? What's going on now? Let me tell you what's going on, right? Just like I said, if you guys take some time and you all go research Dr. James Tour, go to his website and go to his YouTube channel, you'll see that he does debates with them. He has conversations with these elite scientists all the time. And so what gets me and what got me, though, this is what really got me, was the fact that there is no evidence of this soup. Where did this soup, where is the soup? Where is the ideal of this soup? Just something like this. Where is there where is a location of a little pond where this life, where is it? The fossilized pond, where is it? He said there is nothing. The only way that you will know of a soup is if you listen to the Eridu Genesis, which goes back to the Anunnaki, goes back to the Sumerians. That comes out of his mouth himself. I want you guys to go research him, listen to him talk about that. How he had to openly come out and say that I don't know where they got this from, except from them, from the Sumerians. Because there is no replica of it. There is no idea of it. There is nothing. They got it from somewhere, but where? He's telling us that they got it from them. Because when you think about it like this, the Canaanites in the scripture, the Most High says, choose today who you're going to serve. It says in the Bible, choose today who you're going to serve. Either it's the gods of the who? The Amorites. It didn't say the gods of it. It explicitly, specifically says the Amorites. And who are the Amorites? Historically, the Amorites are the Babylonians. And the Babylonians are the ones who gods are the Canaanites. And the Canaanites are the ones who gods are being worshipped. These are the gods. Right now, when you look at the days of the week, what's today? Today is Saturday. And whose day is today? Saturn's day. They still got their gods out here. Saturn's day. Every time you say Saturday, you're paying homage to Saturn. The days of the week. Thursday was Thursday. Friday is Frida's. Wednesday is Odin day. You may say, well, how is it Odin's day? Well, Woden is Odin. Woden, Odin, they're all the same. You say there's many different gods. No, there's not many different gods. It's just different translations of how to say their names. And they all link back to who? Baal. Same God, different name. Osiris. Does that make you feel more comfortable if I use him? He's still Baal. He still goes back to Enki. Enki goes back to who? Baal. Baal is who? The father, Kronos. Kronos goes back to time. Don't they always have to accredit some form of time? Don't they always have to say billions and billions? It's offensive if you don't give it enough time, isn't it? 6,000 years. Oh my gosh. Heck no. He's the God of time. He's Father Time. Baal is Father Time. Cronus, Osiris. All the same God. They just gave him different names. The people worshipped and celebrated him the way they wanted to. See, there's 5 principles of science. This is from Herbert Spencer. Those of you who are my big science nerds out there, you guys know who he is. It says, when many people think of Bible believers, they unfortunately think of people with limited intelligence and understandings. However, one of the most famous scripture in the Bible is Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed from a lack of knowledge. Believe it or not, the Bible is accurate in all matters of science. In 1820 AD, a man by the name of Herbert Spencer gave the world 5 scientific principles by which man may study the unknown. Those scientific principles are energy, time, force, space, and matter. So whenever you hear energy, time, and force and space, everybody automatically thinks of science. May the force be with you, right? It says, now Moses, by the Most High's inspiration, gave us these scientific principles in Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, which represents time, God, which represents force, created, which represents energy, the heavens, which represents space, and the earth, which represents matter. All of Spencer's scientific principles are right there in Genesis 1:1. The Bible and science agree. So you don't have to be afraid of science if you believe in the Bible. It goes with the Bible. The only difference is it's just it explains how the Most High did it. He's the hand. He's the hand that was pulling all this together. Remember, he's the hand that was connecting, orchestrating these protein structures. He's linking all of this together. He's the one that's doing that. It's not doing it on its own. They set it out there many times. They waited for it to do it. They're there. They don't move to it. These are motor proteins. They're real. They can move, but they don't move to each other. Like I said, when you look at a dog, you set food down, a dog automatically knows to go run to that food. They thought the same thing with these motor proteins, with these amino acids. They thought they were all just run together and linked together. No, they don't mind each other. Matter of fact, they don't even want to be around each other. And I know this sounds ridiculous and people are probably like rambling and scrambling, but that's great because that means that you can hopefully open up your mind to go look into it even more. But anyway, checkmate. The end.
Very, very impressive, Naphtali. Very impressive. All right. Definitely an excellent presentation. You brought the sources out. So now the people can argue that. But if you argue that, I just want to let y'all know, y'all going to have to source up or shut up. Naphtali's sourced up tonight. He's sourced up tonight. So what you want to say, Naphtali, before we open up the floodgates?
Well, thank you. I took my time with this because I really wanted people to have, the information, because a lot of people are trying to withhold it from us. And do you have any questions for me before we open the floodgates? Do you have anything? Was there anything that I left on the table for you?
Yes, I have a question. You keep mentioning bananas have 50% DNA of humans.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's strange or something?
What it is that the thing is that the same way that people push that same thing as a monkey, sharing 98% of their DNA with the monkey, is the same thing as with the banana. You and I are not bananas, are we? No. We do not share DNA like that with the banana. It's the same way with the monkey. It's the exact same thing.
So you don't think that we have similar DNA with the monkey?
No, we don't have DNA with the monkey at all. That's not, did I not explain that well? Let me do it again. They're talking about genes. There's genetics. Genetics has nothing to do with the building blocks. See, what you're talking about is common design. Excuse me. What you're talking about is common design and a common designer. We all have to exist, and we all have lungs. We all have to breathe, just like how you breathe in oxygen and we breathe out, we breathe out carbon dioxide. Same thing, the tree. This is the complete opposite with the tree. The tree breathes in what we breathe out and breathe out what we breathe in. How does that work? That's design. That's not that. And we have to share what? Genetics.
It works because it produces oxygen.
But
through
we
photosynthesis.
come from the elements. We come from the elements, right?
But the tree produces oxygen through photosynthesis, and it processes and covert with the sunlight. And so if the sun takes in oxygen, right? I mean, if the trees can take in oxygen,
that circle of life.
What makes you think that there's no relation there?
No, trees do not take in oxygen. They do not take.
No, yes, they do. Trees do take in oxygen. Energy.
No, they produce oxygen. They take in carbon dioxide. They do not take in oxygen. They breathe out the oxygen. We release the carbon dioxide, and they breathe in the oxygen. We breathe in their oxygen. Let me slow down. Let's make sure we're saying this correctly, because you're messing up, which is messing me up. Slow down. Trees do what? They breathe in carbon. Is it they take in, excuse me,
Trees
carbon
consume
dioxide.
oxygen, though.
Where are you reading something? Where are you
You
getting
know,
this from? No,
I've
they
learned that.
breathe.
I've
No,
learned that growing up
no,
in the fifth grade.
no, no.
A
They
long
breathe.
time ago. I
No,
forgot a lot of science, but sometime it comes back to me.
you
You
know
know.
what you're saying, but you're just saying it wrong. And just slow down and take your time.
Okay.
Listen, okay, let's slow down. The trees that they breathe in carbon dioxide, and they take in, let me say, take in carbon dioxide, and then they breathe out or release oxygen. Okay?
Trees, yes, that is right. But what is also right, Naphtali, is that trees also consume oxygen. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying.
Well, and but the thing is, everything, we can take in, and I would have to verify that. Let me verify that really quick because I don't like to misquote things and not be right.
Okay.
But the thing is that they take in carbon dioxide and they release oxygen, and so it says here, trees take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen during photosynthesis, which is how they make their own food. They also need oxygen for respiration, the process of converting sugars into the energy. So yes, they also need oxygen as well. So
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I said. Yeah.
okay, well, I just want to make sure that
So
it's no.
was I right? Was I right? Because the people in the chat saying no. I know. I remember this a little bit of science now. So was I right, Naphtali?
Yes, you are
Thank
correct, but
you.
we don't do that. We do not take in carbon dioxide. We don't need carbon
Thank you. I
dioxide.
didn't say carbon. I didn't say that.
Carbon dioxide kills us. It kills us. Okay, it harms us. But we depend on trees. We need
Right.
trees.
Exactly.
And trees need us. We all depend on each other.
And you know why you depend on trees, Naphtali?
Why?
Not only trees, but also the sun, the water,
And why is that?
because that's what God looks like. Nature. Not something superficial.
Why can't God be intelligence? Why does it have to be nature?
But
Why does it have to be such a vague
well,
name?
listen, let me tell you. Because nature is intelligence. See how that works? The sun is intelligent. It does what it's supposed to do. The water does what it's supposed to do. All of the elements of the earth, it does and do what it's supposed to do. But what happens is we put a spiritual realm on it, Naphtali, and we make it and we name it these names that where we make it spooky. We spook the whole science out when we attach religion to nature. That's all it is. When we attach the religion to it and we put names like God and Yahweh, and this is what's doing that. No, it's a natural force.
Well,
Remember,
what you're sharing is philosophy. Okay, you're sharing your philosophy, but the thing is, there is data and text and information that
I told you you're gonna pop up, Naphtali.
I would be offended if he did not.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you have a question on the presentation that she just dropped?
So
and let's keep it respectful, brother. And let's, come on, let's go in.
No, I'm saying, is she like the new stand-up comedian or something?
Brother, let's not do that. Let's just keep it respectful.
I'm just saying, like she can't even stay the course on her own presentation. Like, I'm expecting you to at least know what the daggone scientific theory is, yo. So I'm gonna start you with that, yo. Do you know what a scientific theory is? You know what a scientific theory is?
That's all he knows is a theory.
I know.
Did I just explain that? Did I just not explain what a theory was?
Explain it. Go ahead, Naphtali. Explain what a scientific theory is, yo. Go ahead. You can look.
I did. I already did. I shared my screen and I shared with everybody what a scientific theory is because I already knew you was going to come with that.
Right. So what is it?
So why don't you go ahead and share with everybody your stance? Go ahead.
No, it's not
for a nice amount of time. Why don't you go on and share it? Share with everybody. Share if you care.
A scientific theory is a well-organized organizing of scientific facts, yo. And they use the scientific method. Right? Well substantiated, well organized. So do you agree with that definition?
Yes.
I'm asking the file. Do you agree with that definition?
I'm listening. Keep going.
No, I said, do you agree with that definition?
Keep teaching.
No, Naphtali, I'm asking you a question. Do you agree?
And I'm telling you to listen. Okay, let's not even make this an argument. The thing is yes, what they say a theory is based off of the what a theory is that it's based off of the observations of people's of thoughts and opinions and explanations on people's observations of the science.
No,
that's
not
not true. So according to this, well, where's your source to say that's false? Let me see that. Go ahead.
Wikipedia.
Now you're using. Go ahead and share your screen. Go ahead, because I shared mine.
Listen, yo. I can't share my screen while I'm in the car.
Well, then you need to. Yes, you can. It's on your phone.
What I'm saying. Naphtali, you can pull it up for me. Do me that solid. Since you had a lot to say about it. Pull that up. Do that for me.
No,
yo.
you can pull yours up. Pull your sources
up. No, we're
up.
trying to engage. Listen, we're just trying to engage in a nice high-level conversation, yo. Right? That's all we want to do, yo.
Hold on, sa.neter. Let me share my screen really quick, because let me share my screen.
I said go to use the Wikipedia one. That way you ain't confused.
Hold on, no, I don't have to. I have one already. You want me to share a screen? I'll do it.
Apply analysis source, because you'll just put anything up there.
No, I won't. No, I won't do anything. It's about my presentation. Let me do that. Hold on, let me share my screen.
No, let me read this from
You're not sharing
Wikipedia.
Hold on.
Can I read this from Wikipedia? Is that possible? I don't know why you're so jumpy in this moment. You got a chance to get me.
Please, so go ahead, be quiet. Let me be quiet.
Let me read it. It says scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can be or that has been repeatedly tested and has corroborating evidence in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols and observations, measurements, and evaluations of results, man. So that's what a scientific theory is. And all I'm asking you is, do you agree with that definition? That's all. Not pull up a slide presentation. Just come on, yo. We having a conversation. You wanted to smoke. You did all that. So let's have the smoke. Do you agree with that, Naphtali?
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. I didn't want to interrupt you. So let me share my screen.
No, man, you cannot come back with that. I asked a question. Stop that.
Hold on. I'm getting ready to respond. There's no need to yell. Please relax. Yeah, I'm not yelling. I'm just sharing my.
The question is very simple. Do you agree with the definition?
We're having a conversation. So please just relax.
No, we're not having a conversation.
Here we go. You had a valid question, so I'm going to.
No, when a person asks you a question,
and you have to answer
yes or no. And then you give your explanation and your slides.
Yes, and that's what I'm doing. So here we go, right here. From my current slide, we're going to talk about a theory. It says, now this is from, can you all see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
It says a scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspects of the natural world that is based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experimentation. It's a framework that integrates the generalization, many hypotheses, and observations. Okay, so what Ankh is saying is that yes, a theory is based off of explanations, people's work, all of that good stuff, and nobody's taking that away. However, we're moving into the new age where there's something called observational science, which is what I use. And it says this observational science involves directly gathering the information without going through someone else's opinion. You get to see the information yourself, and then you do you get to do the research off of that, not the research off of what somebody else's opinion is of that information. And that's all you're good at. Right here, this is from David Douglas. Truth in science is always determined from observational facts. Observational scientists, they exist. This is not me making this up. There is something called an observational scientist. So while he's stuck on the people that believe in facts, I'm listening to the scientists who are the observational scientists, who are the ones who actually took the time to actually observe it. And it says a researcher who studies phenomena by observing them in their natural settings. Okay, as you should, as everyone should. Observational science is fundamentally based on what? Facts. What did they say a theory is based off of? Substantiated explanation of those facts. So an explanation, somebody's explanation. But what do we know about science? A lot of these scientists keep getting things wrong, and then they're taking monkey heads. But you didn't even watch my presentation, I can tell. They are taking monkey bones and they're gluing them to human skulls. So that's what a lot of people are doing out here. So we have to actually stop taking other people's opinions and actually look at it ourselves.
So that's how you're going to do me. That's what you're going to do.
That's what I don't know what I did.
Like, check this out. When I come on this panel, I expect to have a coherent, intelligent conversation. Like you said, with no yelling and screaming. I simply asked you, do you agree with the Wikipedia definition? You pulled up the slide with the Wikipedia definition, right? So I'm going to ask you again, do you agree, without adding no words to it, do you agree with that definition? That's what I'm asking you, Naphtali. That's it. Do you agree with that?
Do you agree with my presentation that I brought out today?
No. It was complete.
It's about me. I think this whole it was nonsense. So, okay.
Listen what I'm telling you. Listen. But I'm asking you a question, and you beating around the bush and answering.
I disagree. I pretty much told you what a scientific theory was.
No, I didn't say that.
I shared it. Did you see it?
Not what I asked you.
I don't know what I didn't.
Okay, I can tell you what you did, Naphtali. Let me show you what you did. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question,
Naphtali, let me show you what you did.
You're from the outside looking in. What do you think? Do you think I agree with him or disagree with him when I talked about what a theory was?
No, you didn't answer.
You said you agree with him at first.
No.
All right. So what more? What else does he want then, sa.neter? What does he want?
Now, let me handle this.
Did you hear me say?
Yeah. Talk to him, Naphtali.
Naphtali.
I don't want to get into it with
that. I need an outsider to tell me what I'm doing.
Naphtali, listen. What you did was you pulled up an excellent definition of what a scientific theory was, right?
I did. I pulled up an excellent.
Hold on. And then you threw some slick nonsense in, talking about it's the new age. The new age has nothing to do with the science and all pseudoscience. It's called new age science, pseudoscience, not real science. So you avoided the question. So I'm going to ask you again, Naphtali, do you agree with your own definition of what a scientific theory is? That's all I'm asking you right now. Answer the question, and we can move forward. Or just say, I'm not going to answer that question, and we can still move forward. No need. Why duck the smoke? You either do or you don't.
All right. So the thing is, again, you heard it out of sa.neter's mouth.
No, I didn't hear nothing. I want to hear it out your mouth.
I agreed. I'm sharing the new age. He's stuck in the past. He wants you all to continue to look into the Wikipedia. There's one Wikipedia source. I just showed you that there's something called an observational scientist. There is something called an observational scientist where we don't have to be limited to the theories anymore. We can actually get access to the actual data. We don't have to go off of somebody else's opinion of that data. We no longer have to do that. That's old school, that's outdated, and that's why I'm Naphtali with the new school of thought. Because the thing is, a lot of these old timers still want you to be in the past. And the thing is, Right here, it tells you that a scientific theory, and I'm getting ready to, all I did was ask AI. I didn't do anything fancy. I didn't go find this. I didn't go sneak and look it up. It tells you it's a well substantiated explanation of some aspects of the natural world that is based on a body of facts that have been scientifically confirmed. Excuse me.
Yes, you're talking about the scientific theory, right? Correct.
Do you agree with this? Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when did I disagree?
Okay, so watch this.
Hold on. Let me finish and I'm gonna give you the floor. What I did was I said that I introduced no longer the theory. I introduced the observational scientist, who is a researcher who studies the phenomenon by observing them in their natural settings, rather than manipulating variables. Manipulating. It says observational science is fundamentally based on facts. This is AI. I didn't do anything with this. This is just me asking AI. Okay? This is based off of the truth in science. This is what they're teaching. They're no longer believing in the theory. The theory is based off of someone's opinion, his explanation of the science. We're no longer looking for somebody's Darwin's explanation of the science of the science. We're looking at it ourselves. We're looking at the actual facts, and it's not adding up. And that's okay. It's okay. I never disagree with you. I never disagree with you. I'm just telling you that what you're doing is outdated, and we're going into the observation, not the theory. Let's go into the observational. Not the theory, the observational. Not the theory, the observational. You're a worker bee, you working for the elite.
Can I talk now, yo? So you saying every time I say 3 words, you're gonna give me a half-baked lecture? That's what we doing now. We're not gonna have a coherent conversation. That's not.
Hey, at least, you know, when I was on your show, you wouldn't even let me share my screen. You wouldn't even let me share my screen. You wouldn't even let me. Because you talking about you can share your screen. You can have
all the smoke you wanted. Now you got a chance to talk.
All the smoke I wanted, sir. You wouldn't even let me talk. You told sa.neter to not let me share my screen.
All the smoke you want.
Meanwhile, everybody else should share their screen.
Because that's not a. It's normally when human beings have conversations, they don't whip out their cell phones with a daggone slide presentation. How is that a coherent conversation when every 3 words you pulling up slides? So you even know what you talk about, or you don't. So let's stay to the point. Let's stay the course.
Hold on one second. Let's do this. Let's be real though. I don't got time to play the game. So let me stop with all the gameplay. I'm getting ready to get serious with you. Even more serious. I've been serious this whole time. Now I'm about to get even more serious with you. The truth of the matter is that you didn't even give me respect. You wouldn't even allow me to talk, and you definitely didn't even let me share my screen. Here you are talking to me about a theory. I just explained to you that I agree with you about your theory. The theory was
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you ran over the stop signs.
No, I didn't. Even sa.neter
you did it on purpose. No, you did it on purpose.
No, I did not. Anyway,
you did, because I wasn't finished saying what I was saying to Naphtali, and you whipped out a whole slide presentation to Naphtali.
Where's your facts? Where's your facts?
That's what you did. So let me talk then, with all the slides being shooting in my face.
The thing is this, guys, ladies and gentlemen out there listening, the thing is that when I came up here, I wanted to talk about observational science. Wants to still tell you to sit there and listen to somebody's opinion on the science when I'm telling you to actually go look at the science.
And we can read what it is. Come on, Naphtali. I'm just trying not to make it that bad on you.
It don't. Well,
you either get it now or you get it later. You make your mind up. You either get it now or you get it later.
You have you haven't observational science. You have nothing. All you talking about is a theory.
Naphtali, observational science does not take you out of the realm of a scientific theory.
That's all you know. What else do you have? Next.
Listen, let me finish. Naphtali, now you're being smart, eloquently, and rude. So either you're gonna not be rude, right, and go ahead and loosen up your damn turban wig and have a conversation, or you're not. What are you doing?
Now the name calling.
What are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing?
You know what?
You're not mad at me. You put up a whole daggone presentation, got our faces on monkeys. So me cracking a joke shouldn't be that bad.
I haven't even shared that. I didn't even share that at one time.
But you have done it. But you have done it.
And I didn't do it.
And I'm not mad at you. So I cracked the joke.
That in this presentation.
But I cracked the joke. So
I didn't
what?
share it because it's
So
serious. This
so
is a serious
I tell you
presentation.
what. So if you're serious, then
Yes.
you'll take you'll take what I'm saying. A scientific theory,
Well, I guess he
okay?
has to
A
share it.
scientific theory is what the theory of evolution is. Okay, so if you understand what a scientific theory is, then why you talk so wild and crazy about the theory of evolution? It makes no
Okay,
sense,
did you?
Naphtali.
All right, so
So
guess
if
what? So
you
guess
think,
what?
oh,
I'm glad you
Naphtali,
said.
I shouldn't
Let me
Naphtali. Let
talk.
me
Go
just say
ahead.
what the hell I'm gonna say, yo. I can get off this joint. I don't need to be on here with you. I'm helping you out. I'm making your show good. Come on now. You either can handle a conversation or you can't. So,
All right. You're not helping me. I don't need you. What you're doing is you're
okay,
making what you're doing. You
then
know
have
what?
a nice day.
Kick him off. Kick him off.
Then have a nice day and straighten out your turban wig. There
All
you
right,
go.
dismiss.
There you go. And you're a pseudoscientist and you're
Either he
completely
leave
out of
or I
order.
leave. Either he
Right.
leave or I leave. Dismiss him.
Observational scientist. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
All right.
Appreciate you, brother.
Mhm.
Hey, tell her the observational scientist
All
has
right.
nothing to do with the scientific theory. She's tripping right now.
All right. We good.
All right. So
Thank
this
you.
is
Thank
the
you,
facts.
brother.
This is the facts. This is the facts. The man came up here and says pretty much what he pretty much was saying to us was, you know what evolution is? It's just a theory. But if he watched my presentation while he was sitting in his car, probably crying, and you know he's gonna cry in the car. But the thing is that while he's sitting in his car crying, he needed to understand that our youth is believing your theory to be fact. That's the problem. They're not believing it to be a theory. He keeps saying it's just an innocent theory. It's just based off opinions. Well, guess what? Why is my youth out here having sexual relations with a dog? Why is my youth calling themselves an animal? They're not getting smarter. They're getting dumber. So while he was walking around in his Guess jeans in the 80s, looking at Back to the Future in the drive-in, they don't get to do that. They don't get to do that anymore. So stop it. It's a 911. While you're talking about you know what a theory is. You know what a theory is, but do they know? Unc? My brother called himself an ape, a monkey, an animal. I heard him say it very candidly, like it was just talking, like how I said, you know, I'm a Capricorn. He says, you know, I'm a monk, you know, we're animals. My girl's up here having sexual relations with an animal and going to jail. And it's not 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. It keeps happening. So what are we supposed to do about it? Am I supposed to just sit back and let you? And then a lot of them are losing their God, saying that they're atheists when the countries that are not. You go to China, right? People say, well, China is the one that's getting ready to be the one that's coming up. And if you Google China and you look into China, they'll say that they're kind of atheists. But actually, no, China has never lost their culture, and they actually believe in their gods, Buddhism. And they're doing great. And a lot of our youth are doing what? They're skipping town. They're leaving the United States, and they're going over to Asia. They're going to the Asians, because the Asians still hold on to their culture and they hold on to their God. And it's cheap too. But they actually have something called, they have what? I see some folks that came in, but let me just say this really quick. They have something that they answer to. They're not animalistic. This country is animalistic. They don't care about nobody. They have no patience, and they all want to be in charge, and they all want to rule over. If you say you're an animal, then of course you're going to get animalistic behavior. And that's why the United States is going down.
All right. Family, let's give this video some likes, please. Let's get me back in this algorithm flow. Thumb up the video. I appreciate that. And tomorrow I got another heavy hitter. I got my brother Patah. Patah will be in the building. He's going to be dealing with the 42 laws of Ma'at. And Patah is also this is going to be very interesting. Patah is also going to be dealing with the neters, all right, taught as real beings. So he is coming out saying that the neters are not mythology, but they are real beings. I got to see this one. I got to see this one. He's coming out of the school from our beloved brother Tahuti. And so Tahuti, he's coming out of that classroom right there. And so that's what Tahuti teach, that the Asar and Aset and Heru were real beings. So I'm interested in to see how this is going to play out. So we got the 42 laws of Ma'at corrected. All right. And I think this is going to be good. This is going down at 5 o'clock sharp tomorrow afternoon on a Sunday. All right, y'all. Let me go back to Naphtali. And which one of y'all? I'm up to Apostle. Apostle, you got the floor, brother. Hope your mic is working right.
Yeah, I hope so too, man. How is it? How does it sound?
It sound good, brother. Sound good right now. Sound good.
I'm not going to touch it. I didn't touch it yesterday. It just went off on its own. So I don't know. We hope. I'm hoping in about 2 weeks my mic will be here. So we'll see. First of all, blessings to you, sir.
Thank you.
On the Shabbat, especially to my sister, my Akwa. Blessings on this Shabbat. And to Kian and Ra Kufu that's on the show. I enjoyed this tremendously. I normally don't like science stuff, but because I just have so many problems with it. Of course, you know what I'm talking about, Naphtali, but to my brother, Kwana, I see in the back chat. It's been a while since I heard from you, brother. I want to shout you out. You know, KOT produced an intro for me. And and I told him I wanted to shout HOK, Lions Den, and New Torah Movement out. And in the intro. And man, he did a masterful job on my intro. I really love it, man. And you know, I'm gonna shoot him a couple of dollars as soon as I can get a chance for doing that for me, man. If you out there, y'all, and you need some work done, check out KOT, man. He's a good brother. Now that I said that, man,
I wish you would have let me know that first before you did that. Because you know, I'm House of Consciousness, man.
Yeah, I know. That's all it says. It just
I don't want no House of Consciousness and Lions Den, and I don't want that, brother. I ain't got nothing against them. Let them do their own thing, but I don't want to be mixed up with them. Let him do his own thing. Let JJ do his thing.
You see, man, it's nothing like that. You'll see.
Hold on. You just put me on there with him, with other labels. I don't like that. That's all I'm saying.
KOT, Yara though, ain't it, Elvis? So ain't KOT Yara?
Nah, that's not Yara.
Yeah, he is a light-skinned guy, right? That's
not Yara, brother. Yara is Elder Yara. KOT.
Yeah, but
movement. The New Torah Movement.
Yeah, he's under the New Torah Movement. That's Yara.
Yeah. That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, never mind.
Now, if he would have just mixed it without that, with the other thing, I ain't got, because I ain't got no problem with Naphtali or none of them.
Well, you see, it's nothing major, man. It's nothing major at all.
Not to you, but to me it is, brother.
Mellow.
Not to you, to me it is.
Okay, bro.
That's all. So if you could tell him to take that out, I will appreciate it. And no problem. I ain't got no beef with none of them, man. I'm just saying.
Okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying. All right. Do you have a question for Naphtali?
Yeah, I got questions, man. You know, I got questions for my sister, man.
All right, there you go. Go ahead, brother.
Naphtali, you mentioned the Anunnaki, and you spoke well about them. Seem to know, got a good idea, rasp on who the Anunnaki is. But you know, the Anunnaki is just not one group of people. Like the Vietnamese is one group, or like Syries is one group, and then you got Orion as another group. They regarded any being that came from that realm. All it means is from heaven they came. So any human looking thing or reptilian looking thing, they will call it all of that Anunnaki. You know, I'm doing a new study on Anunnaki because I believe sincerely we're going to meet them pretty soon. They've been around and they really never left. Also, are you aware of that?
Hey, most high bless to you, Elder Apostle, and thanks for checking out my presentation. And of course, there's different branches of the Anunnaki, a Babylonian. You know what I'm saying? The Babylonians, they have different branches all across this this world. You know, the Babylonians are the ones that are ruling. They're the ones that are in charge. So they all just have, you know, the Most High founded the language. So they all just call them different names and different, they go under different names. But yeah, why not? Why not be reptilians? Why not? You know, when you look into the Asians, you know, they say that they're the children of the dragon, you know.
Right.
You know, was that an actual lizard? You know, if you really want to go there, I don't have to. I'm trying to keep things more scientific, but we can take things more spiritually as well. You know, and I mentioned the spiritual. I mentioned the Anunnaki because, and I'm very disappointed in Unc because I really thought that he was going to have something to say. But he's not genuine. He's very disingenuous. However, the thing is, there is no pond. There is no pond. For science, according to science, there is no pond. So if we don't have a pond for science, then that must mean that whatever this Sumerians are saying is going based off of Sumerians, off the Anunnaki, off of the Babylonian. And so if you got information, and I would love for you to come on one day, Apostle, and you can teach that if you want to about the Anunnaki.
I'm sourcing some things now about the Anunnaki. I hope I do have time.
Well, there's no time. Doesn't have to be soon. I haven't been live myself, so just let me know. You know, we can talk about it. But
I'm saying time in terms of them giving me time before they show up. Ain't no sense talking about them after they show up because everything's going to be in chaos. But just continue to watch Congress and what's going on right now, especially with Trump, because he's pushing a hell of an agenda. And hey, if Congress can sit around and have a serious conversation about him, why can't we?
All right. Let me move right quick. We got a few people in the building. I'll come back to you, Apostle. We got Quanah in the building, man. And
hey, Quanah, bless Elder Quanah.
Quanah only come through when Naphtali come out. So if we want to get Quanah out, we got to bring out Naphtali, man. He only come out when Naphtali come out. So I'm disappointed in you, though, Quanah. And the reason I'm disappointed in you, my brother, is because I haven't seen a video with you getting at your man, because we care about the children, right? But you have yet made a video about Solomon doing this thing on the train to a 17-year-old girl. And you have not made a video. And I'm like, what happened? What is it all for clicks when it came to Polite and me and stuff like that? But when other pedophiles come up, y'all don't care about it. So and you know what? Me and Captain Tazoriak talked about that today. We ain't saying no name. He was just saying those who never made a video, they are not really against the children. They about the clicks and views because Polite was popular. sa.neter, your name is big. You popular. So they wanted views off of that. They didn't really care about the children. So Quanah, why you have not made a video yet, brother? That's what I'm a little disappointed in, because you usually be on top of your game. Oh, let me unmute you. You're unmuted. You're muted.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, no doubt. Peace to the panel. Peace to you, sa.neter. Peace to the peace to everybody in the room. Naphtali, most high bless you. Great class as usual. People always come up, with a lot of talk, but don't usually have no videos of their own and like to over talk and just come on and get caught. But
and by the way, I like that you got on. I like that. That's nice right there.
Oh, no doubt.
I love it.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, look, you know what's funny? I'm gonna ask you a question too. A lot of Israelites, they fall on that because folk brought that out along with Naphtali, new school of thought, and now they want to jump on the bandwagon, but that's all good.
You selling those?
Say it again.
Are you selling those?
Oh no, I'm not selling. Nah. Somebody made it. But let me say this, man. I want to talk about what Naphtali said, but I'm gonna ask you a question first. I didn't know everybody cared so much what I had to say. But thank you for letting me know I was that important to you. But so also you and Tazariah talking about it. Tazariah should worry about what's in his own camp first, because he actually had somebody that's in his camp that was a captain that's actually behind bars for it, and he actually sent him money. See, I ain't forget it.
Now you deviated from.
No, I'm answering. You can't. What I'm saying is, you can't live in the glass.
Hold up, brother. That captain stuff. People been talking about that for like years, brother. All right. So now let's deal with
the question. But I gotta say this.
Yeah, but that's not true. It's slander, brother. Come on, brother.
Let me say this.
Let's deal with my thing, and then we can.
We'll get there. We'll get there. What I'm saying is, you can't live in a glass house and throw stones. You need to talk to the general about his stuff too. Now about Sodomar, right? I just got wind of this, and that's unfortunate, man. When he should be put under the jail for doing something, under the jail for doing something like that, man. I don't have no respect. I don't have no. I don't have no respect for anybody to do anything like that, and nobody's my man. I'm my own man, But I don't have no respect for anything like that, But I don't think what I had to say in the conscious community would really meant the hill of beans, because when I told everybody about Guerrilla Hebrew wasn't what's his name? Yeah, Guerrilla Hebrew wasn't an Israelite, and had people like Bakwash, who I respect a lot, and yourself, that went against me when I called him a man's or a mongrel, right? Everybody, oh man, leave him alone, da da da. Now he called y'all costume Israelites. Y'all not Israelites. He not an Israelite no more. He like to be pegged, right? But we told y'all this years ago, and y'all didn't want to believe us. There's a lot of stuff that we say. Nobody has anything to say. But now, when it comes out, you quiet and you kind of want to throw stones. But you live in a glass house. Again, Sodomar, if he did that, man, that's
you said if, brother, everybody's seen it on the train, and he admitted it.
Oh, he admitted it? Well, he need to go to eat right.
He admitted it. He admitted it.
That's horrible. Well, I don't have no mercy on nobody.
He was shown on the train with his penis out.
Oh my gosh!
And not 12, but the 17-year-old girl screamed at him and said, "Oh, you gonna do this? You don't see me looking at you? You gonna do this?"
That's unfortunate.
And
that's terrible, man.
All the people called him, and he admitted that was him, and he admitted it. Why he put all the videos down on his channel and everything?
Yeah, that's terrible, man. Well, I'm sure folks are looking for.
I'll be waiting for a video from Fopi and Sham to get it in and go in on that, because
we are, but a lot of times, man, like I told you, I don't think the conscious community really respect FOPE like they should, because FOP never believe, I ain't gonna say never, but we don't follow the full One West doctrine. Right, we believe Israel is a scatter. We believe a lot of people in Africa are Israelites. We say that for the longest. We believe in Negro only. We support the black man, black power, all that. We always been like that. And Naphtali been like that. She's like, want to help her people right now and educate them right now. You got people who call themselves animals, but if you call somebody a monkey, they offended. Or animal, they offended. But that's what they call themselves. Or a banana or some fruit. Fruit cake. But at the end of the day, Naphtali, wonderful job. Continue to do the good work, YouTube, Bakwash, all of y'all. I had to put that out there because you went on me about Guerrilla Hebrew and a few others, man. The man like to be pegged. He like to be pegged. So I don't know if you made a video about that. You know, the man, he's not an Israelite. And I don't know if you saw the video with Ben Yum Yum, and I'm gonna do a video tomorrow. I'm going to do a video tomorrow about people that I know that's actually speaking now. Elders believe what we believe in, Black Power.
Ben Yum Yum, who is that? Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Ben Yum Yum, you don't know him?
No.
Yeah, you know him. You know him. He just
okay, I know him.
Believe me, you know him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to say great job, Naphtali. You know, keep up good work, and I'll holler at you and the husband a little later. I've been working, so that's why you ain't seen no videos. My brother Shaw saying he working 2 jobs, you know, got his own business. I'm doing, hey, bro,
but you can't take your hand off the plow though, brother. Because
never that.
Brother, you're like,
I don't know what you do behind closed doors. So people don't know what I'm doing. You know, I'll never take my hand off the plow.
Yeah, your light getting a little dim though, brother. You got to come back.
It's shining bright, baby. Shining bright.
All right. Let me get on over to Bakwas. Bakwas, how do you feel about Naphtali's presentation, brother? And do you have any questions for her?
It was well thorough. I want to say shalom to everybody, including Naphtali, and thanks for having me on. But it was a good presentation. I don't know how much of it is factual, though. You know, I don't know how much of it is factual. She said in the presentation, and she said, she was quoting, "Truth of science is based on observation and facts." Observation and facts. Apostle brought up the Anunnaki thing. I was just curious, does she believe in that? And if she does, if truth of science is based on observation and facts, where are the facts that the Anunnakis actually existed?
Well, hold on. See, the thing is, Shalom, most high bless to you, Elder Quinai. Thank you so much for your support. Truly appreciate it. But Bakwash, thank you for coming out and reviewing my presentation. When we get into the science, I wasn't quoting the Anunnaki. What I said was I was quoting Dr. James Tour, Professor James Tour, who said that there is no fossilized fountain for them to be able to say to where they got that from. Only thing they can say that came from is from the Sumerians. That's because that's what they teach. It's like quoting the cross from the Bible. The Bible, only place that you know where the cross comes from, it comes from the Bible. You know, that Christ died and rose again on the cross. I mean, you know, he rose from off the cross. Just like with the Sumerians. It's the same thing with this fountain. It only comes from them. So they have to be quoting, and this is from him, not from me. He has a video where he says that it has to come from the Sumerians. So that's why I mentioned them. It's only because there is no fountain in science. Now, if you want to go into the spiritual, then we can talk about the fountain that way. But as far as scientifically, no, there's no fountain.
No fountain meaning it's not true.
If you want to say based off of science. But if you want to go into the religion, see, there's something we have to be able to separate religion from science. I'm talking about science. But if we want to get into religion, because that's the problem. People want to teach, they want to teach religion, and they don't want you to teach the Bible in school. They don't want to teach religion in school, but then they want to teach evolution as if it's a religion. They're teaching it like a religion. You have to believe in a lot of that. There's no fossilized record. There's no fossilized fountains. There's none of that. So you have to believe in that. So I didn't teach that tonight. What I taught was the fact is, if you want to go into religion and the religion aspect of things, then yeah, there's the Anunnaki. They exist. Yes. There's fallen angels. All that stuff. Yes.
So
I agree with that.
So religiously, you believe they existed, but it cannot be confirmed with science. But if we go into religion,
well, it requires belief. It requires you to believe in it, and that's what they try to say. Science is based off of fact.
The quote was, "Truth of science is based on observation and facts."
Yes.
So now, religious wise, can you apply the same thing in spirituality? We do. In other words, most Kemet people or people who are into Afrocentricity don't believe that the Red Sea actually split. They don't believe that the plagues that the Lord hit with Egypt actually happened, whereas us as believers, we believe that. So I'm asking you from the spiritual side or the religious side, whatever you pick and choose, did the Anunnakis actually exist?
Yes, the fallen angels. That's who they were. They were the fallen angels. Yes.
The fallen angels.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree, Apostle? You agree with that?
See, this wasn't my art. That's why when I wanted to talk to actual scientists who actually are scientists. That's why I'm not. If you want to talk to me about science, I can talk science. I don't have to bring in religion, but I can bring in religion too. But see, the thing is, like I said, they're bringing in the Anunnaki only when they bring into the primordial soup, because there is no other mention of it anywhere else besides the Sumerians. They're the first, so that's where it came from.
Just to answer your question, Bakwash.
And that comes from the professor.
To answer your question, Bakwash, the word Anunnaki means from heaven they came. I believe the Bible explanation of the Anunnaki. Yes. I believe in the Bible talks about the sons of Anak or Anu. That's the Anunnaki. Yeah, I believe in the Anunnaki. I believe whether they were fallen angels or whatever of that to that degree. I just believe that they came, they exist, and they're going to return. Just like Christ. Christ came, he left. In the same manner which he left, he's going to return. How did he leave? A cloud received him in the air. So he came from there, and he's going to come from there again. And all eyes shall see him. I believe that. Yes. And with AI the way it is, I often wondered about that. How is everybody going to see him when he returns? But the way technology is today, I can see that more and more. We can all see him. Rather we're going to see him with our eyes, or whether we're going to see him through some means of media, we're going to see it. We're going to witness it. We're going to know what's going on.
I want to ask you a question, and then I'm going to move to Rakufu. I'm asking the Israelites, Israel, when Yahweh Shah come back, is he coming back to overrule countries and fight wars with Iran, Iraq, China, Africa? Is that what Yahweh doing? Let's start with you first. Yes or no, Apostle? No long speech. Huh?
Yes.
He's coming back as a man to do all of these things, right?
He's coming back to do all those things, yes.
Okay, Bakwash, answer the question.
Yes, he's coming back to destroy, put down, and annihilate the wicked of this planet.
Quana. Unmute yourself, Quana.
Yeah, he's going to send his angels first.
So he's not coming.
I didn't say that.
Okay. He's going to send the angels first. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he's going to send his angels first.
The angels of men, you saying the men.
He's going to send the angels first out of the heavens, and he's going to come down and set order.
Okay.
By his angels.
Naphtali?
From my understanding.
I hear questions, but I don't hear what's your point of it. What's
no,
the point?
It's just the question. Answer the question.
What's the point? What's the point?
I'm going to make the point when y'all answer all the questions. When everybody answers.
You got a lot of people that answered. Can I get a...
Nephtali is always scared of me, man. You know
I'm not afraid of you at all.
A powerful punch after this.
That wasn't even powerful. It wasn't even powerful.
All right, let me move on.
Hold on. He destroyed the planet before and left 8 people. What's the big deal?
All right, let me move on.
That question, son. I'm curious. Because Israelites have been evolving and changing in the last year and a half. I would like to hear an answer to that question.
Here's the question. Is Yahweh coming back to fight these nations of Iran, Iraq, Africa, Japan? Is he coming back to overthrow these nations?
Yes, of course he's coming back. What's the point?
All right, now, Peon, you agree?
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, not well. I don't think that he's coming back to overthrow that, because I think that his mission is a little bit deeper than that. So I don't think it's about overthrowing nations. It's more about reuniting nations and reuniting all people, at least the righteous. That's why I look at it as. But
now I was looking at this and I asked Captain Tazariak the same question today outside on 125th. And I said, think about it. Can you imagine Christ, Yahushua, coming back to overthrow these nations? How would that look? He would have to come back as a Superman. When you look at Superman, who can fly, who can overthrow these nations and take on the world, that's a Superman. So you got to admit that Christ would be a figure like a superhero. Yes? Quina? Yes? Bakwash?
I'm gonna ask you a question real easy. I don't know why you think that is so hard to do. One of the wickedest men on earth, damn near did it. That was Hitler. Was he a Superman? It's not over. It's not hard to conquer man. Hold on. It's not hard to conquer man. Man can only not cure a cold. So if we just flesh and blood, it's not hard to conquer man. We can't get past a tornado, earthquake, or a hurricane. So it can be hard to conquer man. It's not that hard to conquer man. Man is not that powerful.
We're talking about Iraq, who have missiles and bombs. Hold on, let me finish. We're talking about China, who have billions of goddamn soldiers, billions of them, with missiles and bombs and all kind of weapons. We're talking about Africa. Hold on. Let me make my point. We're talking about Africa, right? We're talking about all these worlds right here that have so much might and power and force for a man like Jesus Christ to come and just wipe them all out. This is a man, Jesus Christ. So he got to be back.
You think they have all that power. That's what you believe.
I'm closing. 1 minute and closing. 1 minute and closing. 1 minute and closing. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm closing out right now. I'm closing out. And so I made the point before that when you read and look at Superman, it's the same thing as Yahushua.
did you just see the movie, Sam? Like, what's up with Superman? Why specifically Superman?
No, I didn't see the movie because you can compare the two.
Hold on, because the thing is that the problem is a lot of people watch too many movies and watch too much stuff. You have a very vivid imagination. You have a very vivid imagination.
I gotta believe in Planet Apes, Naphtali.
Superman was. Hey, wait a minute, hold on. Superman was a good movie though. Just to let y'all know.
I watch a lot of people come on sa.neter's channel, and I actually listen to what they say, and they don't. They just minds are just so confounded. But that's okay because he's going to come back and he's going to rest our minds. The thing is. Yeah. You talk about these billions of people, but these people are sterile. They can't even have children. The animals are all dying off, and life in the population of the life is decreasing. Okay, NASA is over there getting paid probably $10,000 to have babies in Japan. They don't even. They're panicking in Japan. They didn't had over about 9 earthquakes. Hundreds of earthquakes, I believe. I think in the last 2 weeks. So the thing is. I think they got a lot more to worry about than he doesn't have to lift a finger to do anything because they can't have children. You can't procreate, which the boomers are doing. That is a huge bit to the earth. They don't know what to do. And guess what? Everybody who wants to talk about this evolution thing, all the animals are going extinct. What they're trying to work on is bringing animals back. Why aren't the polar bears evolving right now? Why aren't they evolving? Because we're not going to have polar bears soon. Why aren't the polar bears going up into the water and saying, you know what, I think I want to be a whale, and just go in there and just turn into a whale? Why are they not doing it? That's what they teach, though, right? They're like, oh my God, it's so dire. I think I'm gonna be a whale, and then they just evolve. Why haven't they done that? Because the thing is, if you really want to be true, and a lot of people say, people who want to watch all these, like I said, that's who walking around. Y'all, that's y'all generation. Y'all was in the 80s. That's why I showed that Back to the Future stuff, because y'all walking around with y'all vivid imaginations, with your guest genes on.
Now hold on, Naphtali, you can show Back to the Future. But when I talk about Superman, it's crazy. No, I was not making. It was not.
Because let me finish my thought. I'm doing what you do.
All right, let me finish though, Naphtali.
I'm relating to
when I brought up Superman, it wasn't a joke. It wasn't a game. It's that when you read Superman, You reading about Yahweh. That's what I'm talking about, because everything Superman can do, he can blow, he can bring on tornadoes, right? He can bring fire. He can take his eyeballs. Hold up, he can use his eyes and look through the walls. Can't Yahweh do that?
Can he bring back? Can he bring back the dead from the? Can he bring back the dead to life?
Yes, he will take the dead up to Mount Zion or wherever that is. He is right up there, and the mother or whoever. Oh yeah, that's another point. The
I've
mother.
never seen Superman do that, man.
Stop. Now you're taking me somewhere. It's another point. It's the mother God. Jesus, Yahweh Shah's mother. Superman's mother. With all
hey, Naphtali. Hey, sa.neter, can I say something? Hey, Naphtali, what it is, sa.neter trying to say is fiction. That's what he tried to say. He tried to say Christ is fiction compared to Superman. That's what he's trying to do.
And Superman never brought anybody from the dead back to life. He never, in all the comic books, and all Superman 1 through 5 or 10, whatever they're up to, he has never done that. He has never brought the dead back to life.
Superman and Christ ain't got a word about Krypton.
First of all,
Superman
is based off of Inky. We all know that Superman links to Inky. He goes back to that. That's the god of this world. The god of this, the Amorites, is Baal, and that's who a lot of people. They say that he created life from apes, from monkeys, and a lot of you guys get up here and you preach every single day about don't believe in the Most High God, believe in this God who created the ape. So the ape people. And people are okay with being ape people. They're okay with that. And that's what you want to believe, and you can believe what you want to. The thing is, the boomers came in, and the boomers have really wrecked a lot of people's brains. And that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to let everybody know, like came up here, like he said, he's probably an Gen X. He probably come up here and say, oh, well, hold on, it's just a theory. Your theory, your movies are being watched.
That's a good point.
Talking
Bro, got to say, sir, they've been patient.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Superman came back to life, and then Superman spin the earth to bring someone back to life. So Quanah, you got cut on that. Let me go to Rafu. Rafu, you got the floor, brother.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, brother.
All right, Naphtali, good show. My question to you would be, first, I want you to hear something based on what I'm going to read. I would like for you to give me your understanding. So the out of Africa theory, strongly supported by genetic evidence, firmly places Africa as the birthplace of humanity. However, ongoing research is refining this understanding, highlighting the complex evolutionary process, population interactions, and migrations that ultimately shape the genetic landscape of modern humans, all while maintaining Africa's crucial role as the wellspring or father of our shared ancestry through the DNA material that they have, tracing it like ABC's alphabet back to A being Africa, everything else all the way to Z being out of Africa. So my question is, that's the scientific theory. What you were talking to Ankh about earlier, you read something else about the observation. This is the question now with that being read. In your understanding and observations, or people that you read in the observation field, what are y'all saying humans started from?
Well, if you look at, Christianity, or what you would consider to be the biblical as well as the science, they both all have people coming out of Africa. However, it's all about, the supremacy. White supremacy is the leader of everything. They're the ones that's teaching, and whatever you decide to teach and accept, it's all based in the grounds of white supremacy. The Bible talks about the earth being flooded and Noah's Ark landing in the region of Turkey. If you look at where Turkey is right above Africa. It's not too far from it. So, but life restarted within Turkey. And that's what the Bible says. And then, he separated the earth into, each person got their own land. Noah gave land to Shem, Ham, and he gave land to Japheth, if you look into the book of Jubilees. People don't want to accept it, but the earth that he gave to Shem was in the middle of the earth. If you look at the map, the middle of the earth is where Africa is located. And so that land is actually what was given into the chosen, but Ham actually took the land of Shem. And you know, people would laugh and they would snicker at that. And I find it interesting that people would laugh at that, because if you want to believe in what the evolutionists teach, they actually teach that these Homo sapiens they got on rafts and they floated across to the other side of the world. People are okay with believing that because they can't explain how, you know, this DNA was able to get all across the world. How did the DNA spread? The Neanderthal DNA. And the people who they're saying are the most primitive, they don't even have it. So it's a lot of misled information out here, and people have to really think and be honest with themselves. This is a time to be honest with yourself and actually say to yourself, am I really believing in this because I want it to be true, or am I believing in this, or am I accepting this because it is true? And a lot of it requires you to believe in it and requires religion. But no, you know, life restarted within Turkey, within the mountains of Ararat, and that's how scripture starts. And then they started to travel, and then the land of Shem was given to the Shemites, and that was supposed to be in the middle of the earth, which is Africa. But Ham came and took that land, and we know that that's why people say it's Ham now, but it's not. It's actually Shem. I hope I explained it to you guys.
Yeah, you explained your answer because I don't want to give you my understanding. That's why I asked you the question and you gave me your answer. I yield the mic.
All right, let me go on over to once I get Gila Khan, we're gonna go to Bakwash in Naphtali because they got some unfinished business that they got to discuss, and that unfinished business is the Canaanites, and that's why Bakwash is here. So Gila Khan, go ahead and get your spill, brother.
Hey, Naphtali, how you doing?
Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing all right. How about yourself? Most High bless.
Yes, I'm well. So, you
You're breaking up, brother. You're breaking up. You're breaking up, brother.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, where you at? Where you at, man? Where you located at?
I'm in Jersey right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Turn your camera off. It might give you a little better energy. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, that source you show about that old civilization in Turkey, right? My question to you: are you saying that civilization was started by Hebrew, Jewish, or Christianity base right there? I mean, are you contesting that's a Jewish or Hebrew civilization that started?
No,
Over
actually.
that.
Oh, I don't want to cut you off. Do you want me to answer now, or you still got something else you want to say?
Go ahead and answer that.
Okay. Yes. No. I'm not saying who actually built it. What I'm saying is those are actually all over the world. They're actually saying that, you know, my guy Bright Insight, I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's actually battling with these people, trying to get them to tell us what's going on underneath the pyramids, because they feel like there's things like that underneath the pyramids as well. But these underground cities are all over the world. This is all over the world. That's just one of the best ones that we know about. They want us to know about. How about that? Because it's in Europe.
Okay, so what you just? I'm not understanding your clarification. What is your stance on that finding and because it's
I don't know who.
Underground.
It's underground. It's a but my.
What's your stance? So what's your stance? Yeah, what was the reason why you brought that up?
Okay, well, I'm gonna share it for people who may have didn't get the chance to see it when I was talking about it. So let me go ahead and do that. 1 second. And the reason why I brought it, my main argument. Oh, well, let me Okay, it's my screen. The way they changed this. Okay.
What was that? The Great Pyramid, 2,000 feet below the Great Mississippi. You remember that, Si?
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. I mean, so these things are all over the place, man. Underground.
No, I'm just trying to figure her stance. Well, so what? I
I'm not
mean, what is her big?
No, she was just talking about the technology.
But
Evidently, they had to be able to do that years ago.
yeah, that's what I'm sharing. What I'm saying is that I was asking somebody like an unc or somebody, you know, or like yourself, if you believe that people were the theory is of evolution is to believe that people were primitive and then they got advanced, you know, knowledge increased. But they weren't, but they always had knowledge. They never were primitive. That was my whole purpose of the whole thing was here it is right here. Can you see it? Okay, perfect. So this here is called, this is Deir KU. This is Deir KU. This is actually a city underground. This is actually found in Turkey, in the Cappadocia region of Turkey. They said it can house up to 20,000 people. Now this is another image of it. They said it can house, it's 18 levels connected. It's 280 feet deep. This is showcasing knowledge and understanding. This is technology. Showcases intelligence. And this here is something that you and we can never do this. We're trying to figure out, how do you even breathe? How do you even, first of all, how do you even light it up under there? What are you doing to light it up? They had to have had electricity. They had to have light.
That's
right?
where you getting at. So you don't think it was they had holes in the temple that shoot lights into it during the daytimes? You just assuming that they had electricity to power up that?
But what about at night? You said during daytime, but what about at night? There's no light during at night. How do you
Well,
build
you have fires in nighttime. Why you can't put?
they can't go in there
There's no
now.
evidence of fires being burned in those things, man.
The fumes.
Even in the pyramids. No, there's no evidence of a fire ever being burnt in the pyramid.
That's right.
No,
and look at this here. Look at this. This is another angle, right? Look at this on top. This is what it looks like. You can go there now, and I'm going there. I can't wait. One day, you know, my hubby gonna take me here. But when you look at this, guys, this is amazing, and you can walk through this. This is real. Okay, this isn't nothing fake. I know it's hard to believe. This is real. You can actually go here. People go here all the time. Google it. It's Deir KU. And actually take you some time right here, Darren KU. And they tell you that it has an intricate ventilation system. When you look here down here, this is where the water was. They dug all the way deep down to the water table, and they pull up the
got
water.
an irrigation system.
Oh, they got an irrigation, right? So you see all of this here. This is how it is. This is they had to have plumbing.
Okay, so
this housed the animals.
But you know that when Christianity came in the first century, you know, they also brought their so-called modern day technology in there. So even though this landmark is older than that, even though that's older than that, but also it also had other people coming in later on that probably add on to it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Nobody's adding on to anything. Not Christianity, nobody. Christianity, it goes back to the Romans, okay? And
exactly.
So it has nothing to do with Turkey. This has nothing to do with Christianity.
But hold on. But you are aware that, I hear what you're saying, but you are aware that there were Christians that it also stated that there was Christians migrators who I think it was Apostle Paul, Apostle somebody went to that location. You are aware of that, right? Also, right? According to the legend.
That's fine. I'm trying to see what is the point of
What's your point, man? What are you
So no, I'm
saying?
just saying that yes, the landmark, yes, the is this 2,000 years old, whatever the case may be. But if you look at that picture you're showing with all those lights shining in, that's sunlight going in there, right? Am I lying?
But the thing is, you can go in there
It's not
under
sunlight,
18
man. It wasn't
levels.
sunlight.
No, and it's 18. Let me show it again so everybody can see. It's 18 levels deep. Okay, so the sun can't go down 18 levels deep. I'm sorry. It can't go down there.
So what are
Okay.
they saying? What are scientists saying?
What are scientists saying? So the scientists, they don't understand.
Oh, okay. All
And
right.
I want you to
I
educate
got you.
yourself. I want you to read.
Okay.
See, the thing is, I'm all about independence, independent research, independent. Go ahead and look in here. You say this is light. It's light in here. Look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
They had
So
rolling
that's
stone
just
doors. Hold on. They had rolling stone doors and narrow corridors. Okay. They had stables, storage rooms for food and water, oil presses, even a chapel. Okay. This was 280 feet deep. It gets to the point where you don't have light from the sun. It gets to the point, you go down in your little basement. I don't know how much of my presentation you saw, but when you see here, it says it was discovered accidentally in 1963 when a homeowner knocked down a wall in his basement. So
right.
I'm sure it wasn't
Right.
a
Well,
light.
I would never deny ancient technology and say that they were primitive. Saying hell no. We had
How old are you? How old are you?
yeah.
How old are you?
I'm old enough to know that.
No, I just want to
I'm
know.
old enough to know that.
See what generation you're with. That's all. How old are you? What generation you with?
I'm in your generation. I'm in your generation. You in your 30s, right?
You a millennial?
Right?
Millennial?
Man, I say I'm in my 30s, right? I'm in my 30s, ma'am. So
Oh
yeah,
my
I
gosh,
don't.
it's okay. Gosh.
So you
All
don't
right.
believe it? You don't believe
No,
it? You don't believe this exists? That's what you're saying, brother?
no. I do believe it exists. I never said it did not exist. So
So what's your
what's
point?
the age got to do with it?
No, I'm just saying,
What's
what's
the
your
age
point
got to
though?
do with it?
You say
No, but
forget
me and
about
her
the age.
talking. I want to know her point.
I want to know
I
what the
want to know
point
your
is.
point.
You're going on and on. I want to know what the point is.
I mean, we done been. This conversation has gone a long way to say
Tell his
nothing.
point too, because look
Now,
at this.
my point. Hold on. So, first of all, man, technology have nothing to do with God being involved into this technology. That's my point. I
Nobody
believe that
said that.
hold on. You asked me one point. Hold on. So I'm saying that maybe it is true that we probably had electricity back then. But it had nothing to do with God. So what's the tie in with God aspect to it? That's where I'm at. What God have to do with it?
What God has to do with
Nothing.
it. This is what
Anything
God
else?
has to
Okay.
do with it.
All
No,
right.
no, no,
That's all I was
no.
wondering.
No, I
Nothing.
didn't. You didn't hear me
Yeah.
say it. Listen to me,
Right.
okay? Don't cut me off. Listen to me, okay? Listen to me, the queen, okay? She's talking on her throne. Now, this is what it's about. It's about this.
Mm-hmm.
You see this? Back to the Future? You see this flying spaceships? You see all of
Yes.
this? All
Yes.
right. This is what they're teaching you. The truth
Uh-huh.
is, all civilizations back then gave credit to a deity. They gave credit to knowledge to some form of a deity, to some form of God. Now, the
Okay.
Most High said, choose who you're going to serve. Either be the God of the Amorite or to be him. So the thing is, we know the Dogon, right? You're familiar with the Dogon?
Yes, in Northeast Africa,
And who did the Dogon give credit
in
to?
Mali.
And then he said that
Serious B, right? So you asked me a question. You talking over me?
so he came down. So they said a God came down and visited, right?
Momo. Yeah.
Well, that's a story. Hold on. You gotta understand. Okay.
No,
Yes, I'll go with you. Okay.
yes or
Yeah,
no?
that's what it says.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the thing is,
So what's your point?
the Hittites, the Hittites actually are the ones who are responsible for iron. The Hittites are the ones who are responsible for the invention of iron and the technology from it, and they accredit their God.
According to who? According to who?
To them, they're a real group of people. The Hittites.
No. But you said they are the inventor. We could prove that West African were the inventor of iron and all that.
Hold on. See, I like to go through historic and science. Historically, they say that.
All right. We spent a lot of time on that. I got to move on. I got to move on because I said that Bakwash and Naphtali have something that they want to.
I want to hear that anyway. I want to hear it.
Before they do that, I got to last person speak. He ain't speak yet. And before he speak, I want to say you got a Muslim in the chat, y'all, and he's shooting shots at Israel. Yeah. And this is what he have to say. Nobody going to talk about the frankincense and myrrh mixed with cow doo-doo and the priests of Israel. By the priests of Israel. So there was a priest of Israel mixing frankincense with myrrh and doo-doo. So why y'all not talking about that? What's going on?
Because we're not talking about it because Muslims are known to make Hajj and walk around a black rock, kiss a black rock, and also throw stones. So let him answer that. When he answers that, we'll tell him why our forefathers did that. But currently, right now, in 2025, you kiss a black meteorite that fell from the sky, and you go nuts over that rock. Then you throw rocks to an obelisk to chase away Satan. Explain that first.
And a lot of people that's eating vanilla, that comes from a beaver ass. Vanilla flavor. So if you like vanilla ice cream, ask where you're getting the flavor from.
Oh, man. I never heard that. You mean to tell me I've been eating beaver ass all summer, man?
Yes, sir. You love it.
You eating Jello, you eating pig.
God damn, Quinal, that's hard right there. All this time I've been eating beaver ass and didn't even know it, man.
Or pig feet, because that's where they get Jello from.
So vanilla ice cream is beaver ass. We got to stop this pseudo stuff, y'all. Come on, man. This is getting crazy. Crazy.
I'm being a little facetious, man. Being a little facetious.
I know. But anyway, y'all gonna deal with that frankincense and myrrh? Did y'all hear about it? First of all, did y'all hear about it?
I don't even know nothing about it.
Oh, okay.
It's just odd how he can ask a question like that. But in Islam, you kiss a black rock, and you get mad. Then they try to say the rock has nothing to do with Islam. I mean, with God, with Allah, and so on and so forth. Explain why do you kiss a black rock? And why do you? An obelisk is a phallus, a penis. Same thing as Kemet was following.
Bible's older than
but at least it's a black rock. You guys heart as pure as white snow. Man, we black over here, B. So black is beautiful, homie. Out of here.
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? Why do they kiss a black rock? Tell us that.
Because that's their goofy. At least it's black, but that's their goofy belief system.
So at least
same thing. You got that goofy. Same thing. You got that goofy belief system. Nothing wrong with them having a goofy belief system.
I'm gonna have to roll with Naphtali. You're 30 years old and you're young and you're simple because that has nothing to do with what I'm
simple because
I'm asking a serious question. A serious question. Or you can say at least the rock is black. We're not even black.
At least. Well, we dark, right? Are we dark?
What?
All right. We going somewhere else. 7, get it off your chest. What you got, man? You got a question? Then I'm going to Naphtali and Bakwash after this one. Saw 7.
I'm here, Saw. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's go.
I really wanted to get in on that Canaanite conversation. That's really why I jumped on. But I do have a question for Naphtali.
Yeah.
And peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat. Are you there, Queen?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Since we outlined in evolution,
I'm
theory
sorry.
is
You have a question for me regarding
I
Canaan
do.
or evolution? Which one is it?
Well, both. But we're gonna start on evolution.
Okay, Dad, please.
Um, since you and Unc broke down the definition of scientific theory, and we know that the theory of evolution is backed by a body of evidence that was tested and made into a collection of facts, can you tell me the body of evidence and the collection of facts that you have for your creation theory?
See, that's why I say that, because
That is sad.
science is not supposed to be based off of belief. That's what supposedly separated science from religion. You cannot teach religion in schools. So if you're going to teach religion, then you cannot teach your science if you're going to teach it the way that this evolution is a religion, because it requires you to believe in it. The origin of life, it does not even provide any example of origin of life besides what they got from the Sumerians. Did you see any of my presentation?
I did reluctantly listen to all of that, but so what you're saying is that we should believe in something and not look at facts for proof. We should just live in belief and not live in facts. Is that what you're saying?
What it is this. There is something called a religion. I'm okay with mine being a religion. I'm okay with mine not being taught in school. The problem is you guys are not okay with yours being treated the same exact way. Yours is a belief. Came up here, and that's pretty much what he was saying. It's a theory. And guess what? The problem is you keep trying to teach it as if it's science. Science is supposed to be based off of observable science. It's about the facts. So guess what? I'm exposing, because I'm looking at this new generation, and they're coming up and they're saying that they're monkeys, that they're saying that they're apes, that they're having sexual relations with animals because they think they're monkeys. They think they're apes. But the thing is, this is actually nowhere near true. Nowhere near. We know it's a false, but I'm just saying, you even admit that it's nowhere near true. But they're believing.
Wait, but hold on. Let me finish her. Let me finish her up, because she didn't answer my question. So are we to be, I understand that you're religious, right? There's people that are religious.
I am religious, yes.
There are people that are religious that believe in evolution. So you can believe in God and believe in evolution. You can do that. There are people who do that. So my question to you again, and if I
not my God, you can, but you can believe in you can do what you want to do. But my
well,
God,
I know your God. I know you're trying to gaslight everybody to believe in your God. That's what you want. You want us to believe in your God and nobody else's other gods, because your God is the correct God. I mean, that's what you was putting in your presentation, right?
I'm just trying to
We believing in this evolution and all of this crazy stuff, but you have a foundation because you believe in your God. That's fine and dandy. I have no problem with that. What I'm asking you is, are we supposed to base our lives on belief or facts?
that's what you have to understand is that there is evidence, like the black obelisk stone.
You're not answering my question, sister. Are we following belief or facts?
The way I want to. Don't disrespect me.
Of course, she's not going to give me a direct answer. You're going to dance around and go into your tirade of what you believe, but you're not going to answer my question directly.
I was giving you.
So go ahead.
All right.
Not a direct one, though. Not a direct one. You was answering the question, but you wasn't answering the question directly.
Every time that they say that there is tons of information to support the Bible, there's tons of data out there to showcase.
Like what? Like what?
The black obelisk stone.
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the creation theory. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the creation theory. Where's the tons of evidence that supports that?
You got to answer the creation story, ma'am.
How's she going to answer the question? What? He keeps interrupting her.
He's not answering the question.
She interrupted me too, Elder Son. Apostle. She interrupted me as well. But go ahead and answer, sis. Go ahead and answer. I won't interrupt.
It's her show.
Sir,
that doesn't deny the fact that she interrupted me. Just because it's her show, she's still interrupted.
Sir,
yeah,
You coming on here, you're very upset. I know you're upset because
I'm not upset at all. I'm asking questions that you don't want to answer, obviously.
Stop cutting me
Went
off.
over your head. She answered your question.
She is not over my
No,
head,
she did not
Apostle.
answer the man question. She
She
didn't
did
answer
not.
his
She
question.
didn't give me a direct answer. She answered the
Yes, she
question.
did. Yes, she did.
She had a whole bunch of word salad, but she didn't give me a direct answer.
Can I ask you a question? When the last time you had a
And that's
monkey at your
fact.
family reunion? When last time a monkey was at anybody's family reunion up here? And where's the middle monkey?
Is that a serious question?
Well, that's what you
Quina?
believe in. When was the
Is
last
that a
time you had
serious
a monkey
question?
at the
So
when
now
was
you're
it?
asking me
So no,
foolish
no, it is
questions
a serious
because
question.
I'm gonna ask you to shut
you
your
don't
mouth for a
like
second. Okay? I'm gonna ask you to be quiet
you
for a
don't like what
second
I
and
study.
let me get the
Now you're
question
asking me
out.
Hold
foolish
on,
questions.
everybody,
That is a
everybody,
foolish
hold
question. That's
on.
not a serious one.
Everybody, hold on. Naphtali, handle your business. He is talking to you, Naphtali. All right, you the new school of thought. So he's bringing the question to you. Go ahead, Asar. Are you satisfied? We can move on.
No. Hold on. You guys getting my husband upset. He's back here. You're going to hear him. Hold on. Relax, please. Okay. Please don't get him involved. All right. The thing is this. I can handle my own. I can handle it myself. This is what it is, okay? I can handle it. Don't get him involved. I got this. So the thing is this, sir. The thing is, don't interrupt me or kick him off. The thing is this. There is something called belief and there's something called religion. Mine is a belief. It requires you to believe in it. Go away. Yours is too. You're just upset that it's been exposed. Exactly. Yours is being exposed. The truth is
So
finally
there's no
starting
answer
to
to
come
it.
up.
That was a waste of time.
What?
All right, y'all. She answered the question. You ain't gotta like it. We gotta move on. All right, now I got Bakwash.
Go. Kick him off, please.
I got Bakwash and Naphtali. So what I want to do right quick is I'm going to drop everybody, but y'all can still hear the conversation because I don't want people jumping in. This is between Naphtali and Bakwash right now. I'll let y'all back up to ask questions. All right, so Bakwash and Naphtali, where do y'all want to start off at?
Okay, I just want to say this. I always love a conversation, but this is not going to be you sit here and ask me questions all night.
Who's
That's
that?
not
Me?
what it's
You talking to me?
I am. You're not going to sit here and ask me questions. We're going to ask each other questions, and we're going to answer each other's questions. Is that fair? Is that fair? Is that fair, right? You can ask me a question and ask you one, right? That's fair. That's all I say.
It's fair, but you come off as if you're answering questions straight up, and you don't. That the brother Asar was right. You do not answer straight questions. I've been asking you questions for a minute, and luckily sa.neter took off Quina, because usually Quina puts on his cape and white shoes and saves you. But you are not on the FOPE, and there's nobody here to save you today. You understand what I'm saying? So you do not answer questions. You even when
go ahead. Let's start now.
There you go.
Let's start. Go ahead. Start.
Okay. So what I'm going to do? Hold on. So it won't be no interruptions. Naphtali, are you good with 5 minutes apiece? Yes or no, or 3 minutes, whatever y'all want.
No, 2 minutes. 2 minutes apiece. 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes.
Let him, and he has to go ahead. You go first, Prakash. Here you go. Back. Boom.
My question to you, starting with this.
No question. You go first. Teach.
I'm not teaching nothing. I'm asking you. You're here. I'm here to ask you questions, and you're going to answer the questions I'm asking. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to attack you
as well, Naphtali. Once you answer the question,
yeah, if you want, I'm just asking you a question. I'm not trying to attack you. Just answer the questions, and then if you don't, my question to you, my first question to you is, how do you substantiate and back up that America is the land of Ham with scripture first? How do you back that up with scripture first?
All right, let us speak. Bakwash, without cutting off. Let her go.
America is the land of Ham. Well, the name of America actually comes from the Amorite name. It actually comes from the Amorite name. I actually did a video on it. I invite you guys to come down to my channel. It's actually a video I did on it. And it actually breaks down. See, the Babylonians, they actually have different like islands. They call them islands in the Bible and in Scripture. And so America is just one of, it says the land of Babylon. Babylonians were the Hamites, right? Or were the Babylonians the Hamites? Were the Babylonians Hamites?
The Babylonians, I'm trying to answer you. I'm going to answer you. The Babylonians were Hamites, but that Babylon wasn't in America. The Babylon that's written about in Revelations 18, that's spiritual Babylon, which is reference to America. That's not talking about ancient Babylon. So there's just two different Babylons. The ancient Babylon was destroyed by the Persians and Medes. Correct?
Well, that's the way that you interpreted that. But the thing is that the Babylonians were indeed the Amorite Canaanites. And the scriptures talk about the land of the Babylon. It talks about the Babylonians and how the Babylonians were going to come back and they were going to rule. And everybody knows that the Babylonians were the ones who the children of Israel saved. The children of Israel saved the Canaanites. They were supposed to destroy all the Canaanites. And they did not. The Most High, what the Most High did was that he would, the children of Israel would forget the Most High, and they would stop worshiping the Most High. And what would they do? They'll go in there and worship the gods of the Canaanites. And what the Most High would do is he would just put us in the captivity of the Canaanites, specifically the Amorites. And he'll say, all right, now you are now the servants of the Amorites. And then what happens is after we get out of that, we repent. Then the Most High does is he takes the Canaanites, he puts them back down, and then he gives us their land. And that's what's getting ready to happen again. We're getting ready to take everything they built, everything they created, as usual. This is nothing new. And I'm glad I'm actually getting a chance to speak with one of you guys, because this happens over and over and over and over and over again. When you look at the Jabin? King Jabin, he had the children of Israel for about 40 years. What happened is that we got in trouble. We repented. The Most High said, all right, you can have the land. We got the land, and we lived in the land. We took over their land, and then after that, you guys started to marry their women, having children with them again, and then you started to worship their gods, walking around with the big star on your face, and walking around with their gods and all that kind of stuff, talking about it's the lily and the Star of David. You're walking around doing all that stuff, and you talking about their women, and Esau's a so-called white man, even though Esau married nothing but Canaanite women. I don't know how that happens. That's a good question. Can I ask you a question? How is Esau white?
I'm going to say here first. I'm not going to go from here first. You understand? Everything you can I speak, or you want to say something? Everything you said happened in the East. Everything you said did not happen in the Americas. So my initial question to you is, show with scripture that America is the land of Ham. You went about the Babylonians, you went into what Israel sinned and married strange women and so on and so forth. All that happened in the East. So I'm asking you with scripture, show me how America is Babylon, because the only way you can even kind of substantiate that is Revelation in the 18th chapter in the New Testament. And that's not talking about ancient Babylon. That's talking about America. And ancient Babylon was destroyed by the Persians and Medes. You understand? In Revelations 18, that's not ancient Babylon. So I'll need you to show me with scripture how America is ancient Babylon or the land of Ham. Can you do that?
It's called Mystery Babylon, right? This is what this whole thing is about. Babylon. This whole thing is about Babylon, and Babylon are the Canaanite Amorites. Which are Hamites? What more do you need? Mystery Babylon is what this whole thing is about. It's about spiritual Babylon, mystery Babylon. This country is mystery Babylon, spiritual Babylon. It all goes back to the Canaanites. It all goes back to the Hamites. And like I said, the name America originates from the Amorites.
So you can't.
Huh?
Good.
So
I'm sorry.
I just said that. So can I now ask you a question?
Wait. So I want to make it clear. So you can't substantiate that America is Babylon. You just doing the word salad like the brother was mentioned earlier.
It's it's Babylon has islands. Babylon has islands, and the scriptures, when you go into Revelations, it tells us that we're going to be in captivity by the Babylonian.
So
it's
we were
spiritual Babylon, and then just all through scripture.
So
all through scripture, it says, choose today who you're going to serve. So the God said we're going. Please do not cut me off. I'm trying to answer your question.
Sister, I'm not cutting you off. You're over
Okay.
dramatic.
You're just excited. Just relax.
I'm not excited. Like you told the brother, he's angry. I'm not. He wasn't angry. I'm not excited.
I'm just joking with you. It's all right. All is well. So the thing is this. Listen to me. Listen to me. Hear me out. Spiritual Babylon is what we're talking about. Mystery Babylon. We're supposed to be in captivity. We're supposed to be worshiping. The Most High said, choose today who you're going to serve. Either it be the gods of the who? The Amorite. Why are the Amorites relevant? We're worshiping their God right now. Saturn's day comes from the Amorite, Canaanite. It comes from the Babylonian, the Sumerians. They talk about the primordial soup. I was just teaching on that. That comes from the Sumerian. Who are the Sumerians? Where did the Sumerians come from? It comes from who? The Babylonian, which were the Amorite Canaanites. So when do I get to ask you a question?
So you're saying that America is spiritual Babylon, and you're equating that with the customs of.
When do I get to ask him a question? I don't know how much sa.neter, how much do I need to ask him?
We got time. Are we in a hurry? You could ask me 100 questions after I finish.
I never get it. When do I? But that's fair though. You get to just question me, but I need to know, when do I get a chance to ask a question?
Let her ask a question, because let her ask a question.
That's a question. That's a way. That's a way of getting out of what I was saying. That's our way of getting out of it. You know what I'm saying? Initially, the whole thing was the question I was asking you, the proof that America's Babylon. That's what for over a year I've been trying to get that out to you, and clearly you're not proving that. You're just saying you're talking about spiritual Babylon. So spiritual Babylon doesn't make America the land of Ham. Clearly, it doesn't make America the land of Ham. Then you said we would go into captivity under the Babylonians. That didn't happen in America. That's far out east. Didn't happen in America. So you're not answering any of the questions. Not thoroughly that I'm asking you. But before you ask your question, that you mentioned about America getting its name from I think you said the Canaanites. I could be wrong on that, because I was always taught that the word America comes from Amerigo Vespucci's. Do you have proof that the America is an African word, or it comes from the Canaanites or the Hittites? I don't remember what you said exactly, but it was definitely something Hamitic. Can you prove that America comes from, somewhere outside of Amerigo Vespucci's? Can you back that up? And then you could ask your question after that. Naphtali? You're muted, Naphtali. You got to unmute yourself, Naphtali. Sister, you got to unmute yourself. All right, while she's trying to get that together, I just simply want to say that ancient Babylon.
No, I'm not getting anything together. The thing is that you guys want me to teach, and my husband is not very happy with that. But guess what?
I haven't been disrespectful.
Okay, you asked me a question, I got it, baby, and she's gonna give it to you. Here it is, right here. Share my screen, sa.neter. Let's go. You want to hear some stuff? Let's go. I'll do it. I didn't come on here about this, but I'll do it. When I did my video on the Canaanites, you were nowhere to be found. But that's okay. Here it is. You want to talk about it? Here it is. The true name of America. Can you see my screen? It's America. It's the true name of America. Let's go. Welcome to America, the land of the serpent God. In his book, The New World Order, the ancient plan of the secret societies, William T. Steele shows that America was called initially the land of the plumed feathered serpents by the Indians of Peru. He says that the chief god of the Mayan Indians in Central America was Quetzalcoatl, Cocucan, the plum feathered serpent. Your people. In Peru, this god was called Amaru, and the territory was known as Amaruca. Get it right. You talking to me? Bow down to the queen and kiss my feet.
I know what I'm talking about. Amurka in America. The snake deity of the Mayan was Kukulkan, the plum-feathered serpent. In Peru, this god was called Amaru, and the territory known as Amaruca. Amaruca is literally translated as the land of the sum of the serpents. The name of America was derived from Amurica instead of after the explorer Amerigo Vespucci. Get your lying ass on somewhere, truck driver. Amuru, in the Colombian traditions, the great... Be quiet now, because I'm doing this. You want me to do it, you got it. Amuru, here it is. This is where the name America comes from. Your people are the Amorite Canaanite. Their god was the plum-feathered serpent, the Kukulkan. This is where the name comes from. Okay? Canaanites, also known as the Atlanteans, sailed worldwide to become such as Amurka of America, tribe of the Amorites. The Most High said, choose who you're going to serve, the gods of the Amorites. Who is the god of the Amorite? Kukulkan. Who is he? They named their country after their god. What more do I need to do? I have a video on this. Here it is. Iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Genesis 15, and when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror, great darkness was upon him. He says, for surety know that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for how many years? For 400 years. Because the iniquity of who? Of the Amorites. They told, the Most High said that he was going to put his children, Abram's children, was going to go into captivity under who? It was under the Amorites. The Amorites are the ones that's supposed to take the children of Israel into captivity. Get it together. The Amorites were Semitic people who were seen to have, he keeps saying stuff that happened on the East Coast, but guess what? You talk about you, the Israelite, but you want to leave out the best part. You want to leave out the Amorite. The Amorite is the one that's supposed to take you into captivity. The Amorite is the one that's supposed to take you. He's the one they named their country after their god, the plum serpent. He is Amurukan. Get it together. You just want to have sex with their women. You hate your women and you hate your people. I live in St. Louis. I'm afraid to ride around because they shooting up every damn body. Get out of here. It's because of you. Here's another source, the Bible dictionary. It says Amorite right here is called an Amuru. Okay, it says it right there again. This is from the Eastern Bible Dictionary. The Amorites are called the Amaru. They are the Amarukan. They are the Babylonians. They're the ones that are supposed to take the children of Israel into captivity. What more do you want? Here's another source. The Amorites, also known as the Martu. They are the ones that the famous king Hammurabi, those of you should know who Hammurabi is, right? He established the city of Old Babylon. He is Baal, and they worship Marduk. He said that we were going to be worshiping the god of who? Baal, and Baal belongs to who? He belongs to the Amorite Canaanite. Right? See this here?
Wait, well, can you?
I said two. Get off my stage. You get off my stage. You go. You go and you go now. You ain't got nothing. You ain't sharing the screen. You don't share a source. All you do is you don't teach nothing. All you do is get up here. You don't have nothing. I don't talk. I actually walk. I have sources.
All right, I respect
it. And I shouldn't be out there and shut up. You shut up and you be quiet because you don't have a source.
I respect the fact that
share your screen now. Be quiet anyway, or get off the show. Share your screen and get off the show. And then
you see why folks call her the champ, right?
Hold on. Either he share his screen and teacher, I'm leaving. Hold on, listen to this. I want you guys to see this. This is in the chambers of Congress. This right here, it's in the chamber of Congress. This is on their wall. They have a wall of the king. They have this on their house in the chamber of Congress. They got the king of Babylon on their wall. Okay? He's one of the lawgivers. He's the one. The language we speak right now, English language, you know the word water? It's the same word as the Phoenician Canaanite word, what? Water, Hittite. We speak in ancient Hittite right now. Yes. And I'm not just saying that because I want to. It's a fact. It says here, Genesis 15 again, the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. The Amorites are the ones that are going to be doing this. Who is that guy? Bakash, waste of my time, go away, backwash. He is the one that won't keep you into captivity because he wants to get between Ming Lee's legs. He likes Ming Lee. He likes her food. She speaks Chinese. He likes that. He don't want black women. They tell you not to listen to me. They tell you to tell her to shut up and be quiet. Can't talk to me. But you can talk to Ming Li, though. You know what I'm saying? She the one. The iniquity of the Amorites. See, the thing is, guys, listen to this, okay? In Genesis 15, it said that the children of Israel, this is what they teach. These camps, they go out there, they tell us, they say, hey, guys, we're going to be in captivity. The reason why for 400 years, we're supposed to be enslaved, which happened. That was prophesied. But guess what? They don't tell you who is supposed to enslave us. It's the Amorites. And it tells you right there, the Amorites are supposed to enslave us. So when he wants to make a joke and say, you're supposed to come over here, yes, this is prophecy. Just like everything happened over in the East, we didn't go into captivity in the East, did we? We went into captivity over here in the West. And guess what? The Amorites, they the ones that did it, and it was under prophecy. So stop it. Okay? I got a whole presentation that's very thorough. Many of them. Look at all of this. I didn't come on here to talk about this, but I got it. He thinking he's scaring me. Baby, you come on here with your mouth and your opinion. I come on here with sources and words. Amerigo Vespucci, no. 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 Foolishness. Away. Away. Away from me. Hold on. Let me... And that Asar guy, no way. You don't talk to me ever again in your life. Dismiss, kick him off, away, off, away, ongoing, away, or I'm going. I don't want this Asar guy. Please go away. The thing is, like I said, I don't have to lie about what I say. This is actual history. He said, use the scriptures. Well, just like you said that if we are indeed the children of the Israelites, if we are indeed the so-called Black Americans, right? We came over here in 400 years, we were enslaved. But it says that the Amorites are the ones who are supposed to do it. He doesn't want you to know that because he's too busy between Ming Ling legs. And my thing is like this. They want the Native American Hispanics, just like they did in the scriptures. The Most High said to destroy all the Canaanites. He told you that he gave them into your hands. He said to destroy them. What did the Israelite man do? He did it. He showed them mercy, which is okay, whatever. But guess what you ended up doing? You went back to serving them and marrying and being with their God, marrying their gods and marrying their women. And that's what you're doing again. That's why I keep saying to myself, either you want this to happen or you ignorant. It's either ignorance or it's evil. And I'm starting to think it's evil. It's just evil. You black men are evil. You get up here and you shoot up my doggone. I'm sitting in front of my doggone restaurant trying to get my food. And my husband was scared because he thought he was about to get shot and killed. All my life, we drove around the corner. There was a dude on the ground already shot. Flopping around on the damn ground.
It's part of the curse.
I gotta leave my house. I gotta move out. I'm getting ready to move because I'm afraid of my own neighborhood. If he ain't sharing his source, he needs to go. Or I will, because like I said, I just showed you where the name America came from. You asked me where it came from, I shared it with you. It didn't come from no American Vespucci. Don't ask me no more questions. I didn't come on here to teach about the American
scripture. No scripture.
Scriptures.
Let her ask the question now.
No, what? I gave you scriptures.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. Shut up. Listen to me.
You're disrespectful. I've been respectful to you because you said you see.
Kick him off. Kick him off. Kick him off. There you go. Kick him off.
Tread lightly, huh?
Hold on. This is what it is. Hold on. No. This is what it is. And you know I got a disorder, sa.neter. You know I do. I can pass out anytime. So my thing is, don't play with me, y'all. Be easy with your girl. The thing is,
calm down,
like I said, you know I got a disorder. Kwana know I got a disorder. Everybody know I got a disorder.
Yeah.
And you got my husband mad, y'all. Y'all done got him mad. Yeah. And my husband don't come out. He don't come out. My husband don't come out, and he a fool. This man, her, y'all. Y'all think I don't got no weak man. This man to jump up on her and sa.neter. I know who he talking to. You know who he talking to. Now, my thing is this. If you want to talk to me about, you want to learn something, I don't mind teaching. The scripture said, it was prophesied that the children of Israel were supposed to go into the hands of the Amorite Canaanites. Those are the ones that's supposed to take us. What do you need? What more do you need? If we are the children of Israel and we came over here to this land, apparently this must be the land where the Amorite Canaanites are. The land of the Amorites is named after this land is named after the Kokukan god, who is Amoruka, who is the Amorite god Baal. What more does this man want? I bet you.
They can't see it, Naphtali.
Mute out and take a deep breath. Listen to me.
Silver spoon it to them. Silver spoon it. They can't see it. All they got to do is take the map, the globe, and put America back to quarter Africa, and you'll see that America is Babylon. It fits right there on top of the Mediterranean. It'll fit. And underneath, and then South America goes to the west coast of Africa. It fits.
Hey,
we know that.
You know what I found? You know what I find ironic and very strange is that, and so I really appreciate you letting the sister go. You know, it was well overdue. I really appreciate, you know, your show was fire of late, man. I've been watching. Don't think I haven't been, but I'm glad you let the sister go like that. Because what I find ironic, and I got respect for everybody on here, even though y'all may not respect me or like me, whatever. We've been all dealing with each other for many years now on YouTube family, you know. But what I find funny is that when the sister come on, a lot of people in the chat or some people come on the show and don't teach about anything that she says, or don't even have a show, a channel, or don't teach at all, but they have opinions. So then when they come on, all they want to do is ask questions, and they never go into what they actually know. They always ask questions. And then when she asks a question, they don't want to answer. He kept on going on and on. And this would trigger the sister because he never wanted to answer one of her questions. So she went into what she was talking about earlier. Same way with the other guys, the guy G-Lo, Khan, whatever. Same thing with him. You came on also, my dear brother, very disrespectful. You know, we was asking you, what was the point? What's the point? And you got real sarcastic and loud yourself. You know, she used to going back and forth, but that's what they do. That's what they do. So that's what them two do all the time. But other people come on here, they never have a show. At least he teaches. I teach. You know, at least he teaches. Some people come on here, they don't teach nothing, but they got a lot of questions. They're scared to actually debate, or don't even have the statistical fortitude to come on this channel and do a presentation like she does and take all the heat. So Naphtali, this is why I call you a champ. You know, just like you have other champions out here. This is why I call you a champ. I respect you. I respect your husband. I respect what you do because you actually want to teach the people. You're not doing this for any benefit of your own, man. So I respect you. You know, I really do.
I want to say real quick. I want to say I knew it one day that the HOK will bring this side of Naphtali out. Environment to be in. And goddamn, Naphtali let it out tonight. This the Naphtali I like to see right here, who's not going to be bullied, who's going to bang with the best of them. And that's what I'm talking about, man. I love it, man.
That's why they want to get in the ring with us, because they know they get in that ring all gloves off.
Yes. That's why they want to get in Hitler came.
Quana mentioned me talking.
Did you hear me talking? People don't know how close Hitler came to doing it He's a Hittite. He's a Hittite. His science, what happened to his scientists? America confiscated them and used them to create the atom bomb. That's how close Hitler came to doing this whole place in. We be talking German right now. But Hitler, people don't know what happened to Hitler. But you're going to soon find out. The reason why Hitler really won, when we say America won, America really lost. But Hitler settled for technology from aliens. They accepted it. Wait, don't look at me. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Why do you think they went down to Antarctica and they had to rush Buzz back to America? The man had a heart attack from what he saw. Scared the hell out of him down there in Antarctica. People, you don't know. What? I keep saying it. Why is Congress? You think they just wasting time talking about this alien? You think we're playing?
All right. Let me move on, Apostle. Apostle on point. You came back up. You already see the move she in. She's going in. Please don't get her upset any more like that, brother. But let's have a respectful conversation. While y'all do that, I'm gonna make a quick run, a quick stop in the refrigerator, and I'm gonna make me a turkey and cheese sandwich, man.
Hold on,
all right. So I hope y'all keep it cordial.
No, sir. I just want to share my screen. Like
is it all right? Ask her, because this is her show.
She wants somebody to don't say nothing to her. I just want to share my screen.
But ask her, is it all right? Hey, Naphtali, is it all right if he shares screen?
Man, she's doing something else right now. Come on, solve that, man. You gotta stop that, bro. Come on, bro.
Well, this is her show, and I told her I would let her get it in. So
she on mute. She must be gone.
All right, Naphtali, you there?
Yeah. Her husband is right talking.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm saying you can't actually. Oh shoot. Okay, I think this is it. All right, let me get this clear, man. I can't just run around here like this. Okay. She thought she introduced a term that was new. Actually, observational science is not new. It's not changing how we do science. And I'll make this very clear to you. We have to be able to, communicate science properly. Okay, so come here, all right? And I want to do it this way. Let's see if I can do it this way. Okay, you can see it. All right, so observational science, how it relates to scientific method and theories. So she made a claim that observational science.
No. He can't share his screen. This man wouldn't even let me share mine. Get off, and go away.
What is observational science? Observational science studies natural phenomena.
Go away and never return.
Observational,
Thank you and
rather than control.
Thank you and have a good day. You wouldn't even let me talk. Goodbye. All right, sa.neter, we can get ready to end my show now. Thank you. Come on, sa.neter, let's get ready to end the show. sa.neter, let's get ready to go. Sa.neter, kick him off because he wouldn't even let me talk on his show. He wouldn't even let me. Thank you. All right, goodbye. All right, and G Law Khan, he needs to go too. Goodbye. Go away. Okay. But how can I help you, Elder Suntan? You got anything you want to say?
Yeah.
Yes.
How you doing?
Yo, I gotta let you go. Sorry, brother. She don't want to deal with you.
You kicked me off.
She don't want to deal with you, brother. She don't want to deal with you.
It's not no problem. I'm used to shoot over like that. I got my own channel. Something I don't got. Right, so I'm gonna go to my own channel and show how much she did pseudo. Big up everybody. You know what I mean? I'm gonna show y'all what observational science is.
Because I'm doing you the same way. Go, doing you the same way you did me. You wouldn't even let me share my screen. You wouldn't even let me talk.
All right, now Naphtali, I gotta say something to you now. You know, you're the one that told me that you want me to get Bakwash. You said you want me to get Unk. You said you want all of these guys, and now when you get them, it's like you're not trying to talk to them. You don't want to engage in the battle.
So I talked to Unc earlier today, and I wasn't rude to him. I was rude to him earlier.
No, I'm just saying, you know.
I told him he had the time to share his screen. I didn't tell him that. Everybody wants to ask me questions. I told Unc, I said, you can come on here. I said, go ahead, share your screen, and you can. And if you appreciate them better, why don't you start a new show and you can go ahead and you guys can get up here and have a good old funky time. I just won't be back. All right. But you know what? Let's go ahead. Like I said, Bakwash, all he did was ask me a whole bunch of questions. He has no answers, no responses, and he's shared not one source, not one screen, not one scripture, but I'm the one that's running from him. But you know what? That's fine. I'm running when he has no explanation. The only thing he has to do is just sit his ugly fat self up here, old self up here with his old truck driving drunk, and get up here and talk to me about the name of America. Where did I get that from? And then I share you a source, a valid source, historical source, many sources, biblical and as well as historical. I'm running. I have a whole video. I actually tell you to go watch my video where I'm very prepared. I'm not even prepared. You want me to come up here and talk about, I didn't mind. I told you that. And he and I said, let's talk. Let's debate it. Matter of fact, we can actually do a real debate. He just wants to ask me questions. And that's okay. And I don't have time to be questioned. And now if you want to ask me questions about a presentation I just did, then yes, I'm supposed to ask questions. I just did a presentation. You're supposed to ask me questions on it. But you want me to come up here and ask you to be questioned on something I'm not even talking about.
sa.neter just trying to catch you up.
sa.neter want to catch me up, but you won't, because the queen ain't gonna, baby, that ain't me.
We know where we at. You ain't no friend.
You ain't no friend of mine. You ain't no kin of mine. Oh yeah, baby. It's cool. Trying to set me up, but it's all right. I made them look bad.
It's true.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Let them hear you. Let them hear you, baby.
Let's get back to suntan, man.
My baby said
Hold up. You said I'm trying to set you up. Where y'all get this craziness from?
Tell him why you want to talk. You can talk him out. He don't
Hey, hold up for 1 minute. Now I'm trying to set you up? That is crazy, man. Because Naphtali, you're the one that not called me, but you're the one that said, yeah, you want Unk and everybody to show up. You want Bakwash. And the minute they show up, it's like, now I'm trying to set you up. I'm bringing up the people that you said you wanted to take on. These are the people you said you wanted to take on. And now I'm trying to set you up. Go ahead, Moses.
Can I speak on what I think she's trying to say, though, sa.neter? Because I'm still here, if you don't mind. I don't know if it's a setup. I would just say that when Uncle Bakwash came on, you did say, y'all asked each other a question. You said 2 minutes or 5 minutes. And Bakwash was asking questions. You go back and look for like 5 minutes or longer, right? So I think that's what like triggered everything. And then and then he didn't show no source. And came on, right? And they was going back and forth. And all she do is show sources, whether you agree with whatever she's saying. You can say what she's saying is bullcrap. Nobody actually come on with sources, and then they don't ask questions about what she really talked about.
And Kana, you think sa.neter got caught up and he forgot and he gave what's the name more time to talk? I think that's
what it is. I personally don't think he was trying to set up. I'm always on their total side. I'm always on their side. I don't think he was setting them up. I think what happened is you end up allowing both parties to get more time, but it was her show. She should have got more, but what triggered it, you kept allowing, and I don't think it was biased or anything. You kept allowing Bakwash to ask questions over and over and over and over again, and that triggered a lot of stuff and it got out of hand. I think that's what it was.
Kana, did he get a phone call? Was sa.neter on the phone when she was talking to something?
Oh, I don't know. But I just think
No,
so many times where people always ask questions don't have anything to do with the
But
topic.
listen, that's exactly what I was about to say. I was distracted because I was on the phone and I was talking. And so when I heard the going back and forth, I had to hurry up and leave and hang up. But sets you up? What the hell? I'm look like setting you up, Naphtali? That's crazy to me for you to say that. I was bringing on the people that you told me you wanted to smoke with. That's what I was doing. I was bringing on them. You know, and I don't understand it. But real quick, we on the review channel right quick. And I don't want to mess this show up.
All right, I'm out, y'all. Thanks for having me on. Naphtali kicked ass.
Good seeing you.
Hey, man, y'all be peaceful, man. At the end of the day, man, we all still brothers and sisters regardless of belief. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, man.
All right, I need everybody to come on, click this channel, Everybody that's in there, click on this channel. We are on this channel. We're doing a review of the presentation. So leave this one. The channel is right there. Click right there. And Bakwas, you could click over there. We are over here. We closing this one out because I don't want to mess this show up at the end. This was Naphtali's show. See, I'm still giving her respect. I'm still giving her the respect to do that instead of doing it on her show.
Do we stay right here?
Is she still here?
No,
Is she still on the show?
Over. No. Click over to this show. Y'all see it right over there. Click
I'm asking, is Naphtali still on the show? Because I wanted to answer the questions for her.
Click the show, brother. You see it over there. It's in the chat.
I don't see it, so I guess I'm not on there no.
You're not in the chat. You're not on there.
I don't see how to get in there. I'm in the live. I'm in the comments.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. You're not you don't know the live? You don't know the
Because remember, I clicked off and I stayed on StreamYard. So
all right, you'll see. Just go out and come back in. That's all. Go out, refresh, and we are live. We are live on the new channel. Peace. We out. We live.